Hello everyone and welcome. This is DC What If speaking. We have handpicked a wonderful story for today. What if Superman crashed into the Walking Dead world? New videos drop regularly, so subscribe and hit the bell to stay updated. And don't forget to like if you enjoy the story. Shall we begin? Here goes. Chapter 1, The Man Who Fell to Earth. Clark Kent hovered in Earth's upper atmosphere, his cape billowing behind him as he stared at the strange distortion rippling across the sky. Stars winked in and out of existence as the fabric of reality seemed to fold in on itself. This wasn't normal space weather, this was something he'd never encountered before. "Base, are you seeing this?" Clark spoke into the Justice League communicator, but only static answered him. The anomaly had appeared an hour ago, a tear in reality that Star Labs instruments couldn't properly measure. As the only League member who could safely investigate in the vacuum of space, Superman had volunteered immediately. Now he wished he'd brought backup. The distortion pulsed, expanding outward like a heartbeat. Clark moved closer, scanning it with his various vision powers. X-ray, microscopic, thermal, nothing gave him any useful information. It was as if the tear existed between dimensions rather than in physical space. This is Superman. The anomaly is approximately 200 meters in diameter and growing. I'm detecting unusual energy patterns, but nothing in the electromagnetic spectrum I can identify. Still nothing but static. Clark frowned, trying his communicator again. Batman, Wonder Woman. Anyone receiving? The distortion suddenly flared, releasing a shockwave that even Superman couldn't brace against. It hit him like a physical force, sending him tumbling backward. Before he could recover, tendrils of energy snaked out from the anomaly, wrapping around his limbs and torso. The pull was irresistible, even for his Kryptonian strength. Clark strained against it, muscles burning with effort, but the force only increased. The tear in reality widened, revealing not darkness but a kaleidoscopic tunnel of light. As he was dragged toward it, a single thought flashed through Clark's mind: this was a one-way trip. No. With one final burst of strength, Superman pulled against the energy tendrils. For a moment, he thought he might break free, then the anomaly pulsed again, and the force multiplied. He was yanked forward into the swirling vortex. Reality shattered around him. Clark felt his body being pulled apart and reconstructed simultaneously, every atom vibrating at impossible frequencies. Colors he'd never seen bombarded his senses as he tumbled through what felt like infinite dimensions. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it ended. Clark slammed into solid ground with enough force to create a crater. Dirt and rocks exploded outward from the impact. Pain, actual, physical pain, radiated through his body, something he rarely experienced on Earth. His vision swam, consciousness threatening to slip away. With tremendous effort, he pushed himself onto his hands and knees. His blood, dripped onto the soil beneath him. That wasn't right. He shouldn't be bleeding, not from a simple fall. Clark blinked, forcing his vision to focus. He was in a forest, surrounded by tall pine trees. The air smelled different, stale somehow, with an undercurrent of decay he couldn't place. The sun hung low in the sky, bathing everything in golden light. "Where am I?" he muttered, wincing as he climbed to his feet. His suit was torn in several places, and a deep gash ran along his forearm. As he watched, the wound began to close, but much slower than his usual healing rate. Something was wrong with his powers. Superman took a tentative step, then another. His strength was returning, but not fully. He felt diminished somehow. Like someone had turned down the volume on his abilities. A twig snapped behind him. Clark spun around, instinctively dropping into a defensive stance. A figure shambled between the trees, moving with an awkward, jerking gait. Human, or at least it had been once. Now its skin hung in rotting strips from exposed muscle and bone. One arm ended in a jagged stump, while the other reached mindlessly forward. And the smell. Clark's enhanced senses picked up the overwhelming stench of putrefaction. "Hello," he called cautiously. "Do you need help?" The figure's head snapped up at the sound of his voice. Milky white eyes locked onto him, and a gurgling moan escaped from its throat. It lurched forward with sudden purpose, mouth opening to reveal blackened teeth. Clark stood his ground, confused but not threatened. "Sir, I'm not going to hurt you. I can help if you're injured." The creature moved faster now, driven by some primal hunger. As it neared, Clark could see that half its face was simply gone, exposing the skull beneath. No human could survive such an injury. Yet it was walking. The thing lunged at him, hands grasping. Clark sidestepped easily, still unwilling to hurt what might be an injured person. "I don't want to fight you." The creature turned with surprising quickness, coming at him again. This time, Clark gently caught its wrists, holding it at arm's length while it snapped its jaws at him. "What happened to you?" he whispered, horrified by the extent of the decay. "This person should have been dead weeks ago." The realization struck him suddenly, this person was dead. Somehow, impossibly, he was holding a walking corpse. Before he could process this, movement caught his eye. More figures emerged from the trees, 5, 10, then dozens. All in various states of decomposition, all moving with that same unnatural gait, all fixated on him with mindless hunger. Clark released the first creature, backing away slowly. His mind raced, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. A virus? Magic? Some bizarre alternate reality? The walking corpses closed in, forming a tightening circle around him. Superman could have flown away, but his powers still felt muted, and he didn't know if flight was reliable. Besides, he needed answers, not escape. Taking a deep breath, Clark leapt over the encroaching horde, landing 30 feet away. The sudden movement sent pain shooting through his legs, definitely not at full strength. The creatures immediately changed direction, shambling after him with single-minded determination. Clark spotted a road through the trees and made for it, moving at a fast jog rather than superhuman speed. His body felt heavy, like he was running underwater. Behind him, the moaning chorus grew as more of the creatures joined the pursuit. The road was empty, littered with abandoned vehicles. Most were covered in dust and leaves, clearly untouched for months or years. Signs of violence were everywhere, bloodstains on asphalt, shattered windows, bullet holes in metal. Something catastrophic had happened here. Something world-changing. In the distance, Clark spotted a structure rising above the tree-line, some kind of large building with guard towers. A prison, he realized. And where there was a prison, there might be people. Real, living people who could explain what was happening. The walking corpses were still following, their numbers growing as others emerged from the surrounding forest. Clark pushed himself harder, testing his limits. He could run faster than a normal human but nowhere near his usual speed. Flight might be possible, but risky. As he ran, Clark noticed something else, a faint, burning sensation in his veins. Familiar but distorted, like an echo of an old enemy. Kryptonite. But how? Where? He scanned his body with X-ray vision, another power that seemed diminished but functional. There, embedded in his calf, a tiny green shard, no bigger than a grain of rice. It must have come through the dimensional tear with him. No wonder his powers were compromised. Clark paused long enough to focus his heat vision, weaker than normal, but still effective, and carefully burned the shard out of his leg. It fell to the asphalt, glowing faintly. He kicked it away with disgust. Almost immediately, he felt stronger. Not fully recovered, but better. Clark turned toward the prison again, now able to see details with his enhanced vision. There were people inside, living people with guns, walking the perimeter and watching the fences. Fences that were lined with more of the walking dead, pressing against the chain link like mindless animals. Clark made a decision. These people, whoever they were, needed help more than he needed answers. He could feel his strength returning minute by minute. Flight was worth the risk. Superman bent his knees and launched himself skyward. The familiar sensation of defying gravity returned, though with more effort than usual. He soared toward the prison, staying low enough to remain inconspicuous to anyone without binoculars. As he approached, he could see that the prison was actually a functioning community. Gardens grew in the yard, water collection systems had been rigged, and makeshift barriers reinforced the fences. These people weren't just surviving, they were rebuilding. A lookout spotted him. Shouts rang out, and weapons turned in his direction. Clark raised his hands to show he meant no harm, descending slowly toward an open area of the yard. "Don't shoot," he called out. "I'm not here to hurt anyone." A man with a crossbow took aim anyway. "The hell are you supposed to be? Some kind of circus freak?" Clark landed softly on the grass, keeping his hands visible. "My name is Kal-El. I'm not from around here." More people gathered, weapons ready. They looked haggard, war-weary, but determined. A man with a revolver and a grizzled beard stepped forward, eyes narrowed with suspicion. "That's far enough," he said, voice steady. "You want to explain how you were flying?" "It's complicated," Clark replied. "I'm still trying to figure out exactly where I am." "You're at the West Georgia Correctional Facility," the bearded man said. "But that doesn't answer my question." Clark sighed. Truth was usually the best approach. "I'm from another Earth. Another reality, I think. Something pulled me through a tear in spacetime, and I landed in a forest a few miles from here." The group exchanged glances. The bearded man's expression didn't change. "You expect us to believe that?" "He was flying, Rick," a young Asian man pointed out. "Could be a trick," the crossbow wielder growled. "Governor could have found some way to. The governor doesn't have technology that makes people fly, Daryl," the Asian man countered. Rick, the bearded leader, kept his eyes and gun trained on Clark. "What do you want from us?" "Information, for starters," Clark said. "What happened to this world? Those people outside, they're dead but walking. How is that possible?" A heavy silence fell over the group. Finally, a young woman with short brown hair spoke. "You really don't know about the walkers?" Clark shook his head. "Walkers? Is that what you call them?" "Jesus," Daryl muttered. "He really might be from another planet." "Not planet. Reality," Clark corrected gently. "Where I come from, the dead stay dead." Rick lowered his gun slightly. "Must be nice." An older man with white hair and a kind face stepped forward. "I'm Herschel. Those walkers, as we call them, are victims of a pandemic that swept the globe about 2 years ago. When people die, they come back, not as themselves, but as mindless creatures driven only by hunger for living flesh." Clark absorbed this, horror dawning. "The whole world?" "Far as we know," Rick said. "Communications went down early. Government, military, everything collapsed within months." "How many survivors?" Clark asked. Rick shrugged. "No way to know. Small groups like ours. A few larger communities. Most people didn't make it." The implications were staggering. This wasn't just another Earth, it was an Earth that had suffered an apocalypse. Billions dead, civilization collapsed. No wonder these people looked at him with such suspicion. Trust would be a luxury few could afford. "I understand your caution," Clark said. "But I'm not your enemy. Where I come from, I help people. I'd like to help here too, if I can." "Help how?" Rick challenged. "You said you can fly. What else can you do?" Clark considered how to demonstrate without seeming threatening. "I'm stronger than I appear. Faster. Durable. I have enhanced senses and other abilities." "Like what?" Daryl pressed. In answer, Clark focused on a metal barrel about 20 feet away. His heat vision flared, weaker than normal, but functional, and the barrel's lid began to glow red hot. The group backed up, weapons raising again. I can see through solid objects, Clark continued calmly. I can hear conversations from miles away. And yes, I can fly, though my powers seem diminished in this reality. Rick studied him for a long moment. If you're telling the truth, you could be useful. If you're lying, you're the biggest threat we've faced since this all started. I understand, Clark said. I'll prove myself through actions, not words. A commotion at the fence line interrupted them. A section of chain link was bowing inward, dozens of walkers pressing against it. The support posts groaned, metal twisting under the combined weight. Fence is giving way, someone shouted. Rick cursed, already moving. Everyone on fence duty. Now. The group scattered, grabbing makeshift spears and crowbars. Clark could see they had a system, stabbing the walkers through the fence to thin the herd before it could break through. But there were too many, and the fence was seconds from collapse. Let me, Clark said, moving past Rick. Before anyone could stop him, Superman sprinted toward the failing fence. He reached it just as the posts gave way, chain link tearing free. Walkers stumbled forward, falling through the breach. Clark caught the falling fence with one hand, pushing back against the tide of undead bodies. With his other hand, he drove his fist into the ground, creating a new anchor point for the fence. Metal screeched as he bent it back into place, twisting the ends together to secure the breach. Walkers clawed at him, jaws snapping inches from his face. Clark felt their nails scrape across his skin but failed to penetrate. Their bites were equally ineffective, teeth breaking against his invulnerable flesh. Within seconds, the fence was secure again. Clark turned to face the few walkers that had made it through, dispatching them with quick, merciful blows to their heads. He'd seen enough to understand the basics: destroy the brain, end the threat. When it was done, he turned back to find the group staring at him in stunned silence. That's not possible, Herschel whispered. Apparently it is, Rick responded, holstering his gun. Come on inside. We have a lot to talk about. The cell block they called home was sparse but functional. Clark sat at a metal table in the common area, acutely aware of the curious and wary glances from the prison residents. Rick had gathered his core group: Daryl, Herschel, Glenn, a woman named Maggie, and a fierce-looking woman with a sword who'd been introduced as Michonne. Start from the beginning, Rick said. Who are you, really? Clark took a deep breath. My name is Kal-El, though most people call me Clark Kent. On my Earth, I'm known publicly as Superman. I protect people from threats they can't handle themselves. Like some kind of superhero? Glenn asked. Something like that, Clark admitted. I'm not human, at least, not originally. I was born on a planet called Krypton, sent to Earth as a baby when my world was destroyed. An alien, Daryl said flatly. Great. I was raised by human parents, Clark continued. Earth is my home. I use my abilities to help however I can. And these abilities, Herschel said thoughtfully. They're natural to your species? Clark nodded. Under a yellow sun, yes. My cells absorb solar radiation, giving me enhanced strength, speed, invulnerability, flight, and other powers. But they're weaker here, Rick noted. You said that earlier. Yes. Part of it was kryptonite, a radioactive element from my homeworld that's toxic to me. A small piece came through the dimensional tear with me. I removed it, but I still don't feel at full strength. Something about this reality is different. Michonne leaned forward. How do we know you're telling the truth? About any of this? You saw what I did at the fence, Clark pointed out. Could be some kind of government experiment, Daryl suggested. Super soldier program or something. I understand your skepticism, Clark said. In your position, I'd question everything too. He stood slowly. May I? Rick nodded cautiously. Clark walked to a metal support column and, without apparent effort, bent it like clay before restoring it to its original shape. That's steel, Glenn said unnecessarily. I'm not here to take over or threaten anyone, Clark continued, returning to his seat. I'm trying to understand what happened to me, to this world, and find a way to help while I'm here. Help how, exactly? Rick asked. However you need. Security, construction, supply runs, I can do the work of 20 men without tiring. I don't need food or sleep like humans do. And walkers can't hurt me. The group exchanged looks. The potential value of such an ally was obvious, but so were the risks. What do you want in return? Rick asked. A place to stay while I figure things out. Information about this world. And maybe help finding a way back to my own reality, though I'm not sure that's even possible. Rick considered this. We'll need to discuss it. As a group. I understand, Clark said. For what it's worth, where I come from, I stand for truth and justice. That doesn't change just because I'm in a different world. Truth and justice, Michonne repeated, a hint of bitterness in her voice. Those are luxury concepts now. Here, we stand for survival. Clark met her gaze steadily. Maybe that's why I'm here. To help change that. Rick stood. We'll talk it over. Until then, Daryl will show you where you can wait. The cell they put him in wasn't locked, a gesture of cautious trust. Clark sat on the narrow bunk, listening to the conversation happening in the common area. With his super hearing, even their whispers were clear. He's either what he says he is, or he's the most dangerous person we've ever met, Glenn was saying. You saw what he did, Maggie countered. No human could do that. Could be useful, Daryl admitted reluctantly. If he's on our side. That's the question, Rick said. Can we trust him? And if we can't, can we control him? I don't think anyone could control him, Herschel observed. But we can judge his character. See if his actions match his words. The debate continued for nearly an hour. Clark didn't interrupt, giving them space to process the impossible situation. Their caution was reasonable. In a world where society had collapsed, trusting strangers could be fatal. Eventually, Rick returned with Daryl. We've decided to let you stay, Rick said without preamble. Provisionally. You'll help with security, construction, supply runs, prove your worth. But you'll be watched. Clark nodded. Fair enough. One more thing, Rick added. If you're as powerful as you say, you could be a target. There are other groups out there who wouldn't hesitate to try to use someone like you as a weapon. For everyone's safety, we keep your abilities quiet for now. Understood, Clark agreed. I can downplay what I can do when others are around. Good. Rick extended his hand. Welcome to the prison. Clark shook it, careful not to grip too firmly. Thank you. As they led him on a tour of the facility, Clark took in the details of this makeshift community. Cells had been converted into living quarters, with personal touches that spoke of people trying to maintain humanity amid chaos. Gardens in the yard grew vegetables. A makeshift classroom had been set up for the children. Children. Even in this nightmare world, life continued. A young boy, maybe 13, watched him curiously from a catwalk. Next to him stood a girl about the same age, her expression more guarded. That's my son, Carl, Rick explained, following Clark's gaze. And that's Carol with the baby. Clark hadn't noticed the older woman cradling an infant against her shoulder. You have a baby here? He asked, surprised. Judith, Rick said, a flicker of emotion crossing his face. My daughter. The implications weren't lost on Clark. A child born into this apocalypse, never knowing the world that came before. What kind of life awaited her? We've converted the administration building into a communal space, Glenn explained, continuing the tour. Cafeteria still works, though food's limited. We've been reinforcing the fences, clearing the yard section by section. It's slow work. I can help with that, Clark offered. Tomorrow, Rick decided. For now, get settled in. Carol will show you where we keep supplies. As they walked, Clark noticed a group of unfamiliar faces watching from another cell block. Who are they? He asked. Woodbury survivors, Glenn explained. From a settlement run by a man called the governor. It's complicated. He tried to kill us all, Darryl said bluntly. When that failed, he massacred his own people. The ones who survived, we took in. And this governor? Still out there, Rick said grimly. Planning his next move, probably. The tour continued, but Clark's mind was processing this new information. Not only had he landed in an apocalyptic world overrun by the Walking Dead, but he'd stumbled into an ongoing conflict between survivors. The complexity of the situation was daunting. That evening, Clark sat alone in his cell, listening to the sounds of the prison. Hushed conversations, the crying of a baby, the constant background moaning of walkers outside the fence. So different from Metropolis with its traffic and sirens and millions of heartbeats. Here, each heartbeat was precious, a rare, defiant stand against extinction. Carol appeared at his door with a tray of food. Thought you might be hungry. Thank you, Clark said, accepting it gratefully. But you should know I don't actually need to eat much. Everyone needs to eat, she said simply, watching as he took a bite of the stew. It's not much, but it's hot. It's perfect, Clark assured her. The food was bland, but he appreciated the gesture more than the taste. Carol studied him, head tilted slightly. You really can fly? Yes, Clark answered. And bullets can't hurt you? Generally not. She processed this. Must be nice. It has its moments, Clark admitted. But it comes with responsibility too. Everything does. Carol's expression softened slightly. Rick told me about your world. No walkers. Government still intact. Sounds like heaven. It has problems too, Clark said. Just different ones. Different would be nice. Carol shifted, adjusting her stance. The others are still deciding whether to trust you. Thought you should know. I expected that. Trust is earned, especially in circumstances like these. Carol nodded approvingly. Smart man. Or, whatever you are. I'm just someone who wants to help. We'll see. She turned to leave, then paused. One more thing. Whatever you are, whatever you can do, if you hurt any of these people, especially the children, I'll find a way to end you. Understood? Her tone was conversational, but the threat was deadly serious. Clark had no doubt she meant every word. Understood, he replied. And respected. Carol gave him a thin smile and left him to his meal. The next morning, Clark was awake before dawn. His Kryptonian physiology required little sleep, another advantage in a world where danger never rested. He stood in the prison yard, watching the sunrise paint the sky in shades of pink and gold. For a moment it was almost possible to forget the horror this world had become. Then the chorus of moans from the fence line brought reality crashing back. Early riser. Clark turned to find Rick approaching, rifle slung over his shoulder. The man looked like he hadn't slept. Don't need much sleep, Clark explained. Thought I'd get an early start. Rick nodded toward the fence. That section needs reinforcing. Metal supports in the guard tower. Could use your strength. Lead the way. They worked in silence for a while, Clark bending metal beams into support structures while Rick secured them to the fence. The physical labor was easy for Superman, but he appreciated the normalcy of the task. You said you protect people where you come from, Rick said eventually. From what? Clark considered the question. All sorts of threats. Natural disasters, criminals, invasions. Rick interrupted. Like, armies? Sometimes. Other times, aliens or interdimensional beings. Rick paused, hammer in mid-swing. You're serious? Unfortunately, yes. Clark secured another support beam. My Earth is more complicated in some ways. Fewer walkers, more supervillains. Supervillains, Rick repeated. Like in comic books? Something like that. People with abilities or resources who use them to hurt others instead of help. Rick returned to his work, driving nails with focused precision. And you stop them? I try. Ever kill any of them? The question was casual but loaded. Clark set down the beam he was holding. No, he said firmly. I don't kill. That's a line I won't cross. Rick's expression was unreadable. Must be nice to have that luxury. It's not about luxury, Clark countered. It's about principles. If I cross that line, I become something I don't want to be. Principles don't keep people alive, Rick said, voice hardening. Out here, you do what you have to do. The people who hesitate, who cling to how things were, they die. I understand the world has changed, Clark said carefully. But if we abandon everything that makes us human, what are we fighting to preserve? Rick drove a final nail with unnecessary force. Our lives. Our children's lives. That's enough. Before Clark could respond, shouts erupted from the other side of the yard. They turned to see a section of interior fence giving way, walkers from the prison's tombs spilling into the yard where several people were working in the garden. Clark reacted instantly, using super speed to reach the breach before the walkers could. He physically held the fence in place with his body while the gardeners retreated. Walkers pressed against him, their collective weight substantial even for his strength. Get me something to secure this, he called to Rick, who was already running toward him. But the fence was too damaged, the supports too corroded. As Clark held it, more walkers pushed through from the darkness of the prison's uncleared sections. The breach was widening. Everyone back. Rick shouted, raising his rifle. We're losing this section. Clark made a split-second decision. Bracing the fence with one hand, he used his heat vision to weld the metal links back together. The superheated chain link glowed red, then white, fusing into a solid barrier. Walkers pressed against it, their decomposing flesh sizzling on the hot metal, but the makeshift repair held. By the time Rick reached him, the immediate crisis was contained. That won't hold forever, Clark warned. The structural integrity of this section is compromised. Rick stared at the glowing metal, then at Clark. How did you? Never mind. We need to clear those tombs for good. Too dangerous having walkers inside the prison walls. More of the group had gathered, drawn by the commotion. Daryl, Glenn, and a woman Clark hadn't met yet assessed the situation with the practiced eye of veterans. We've tried clearing them before, Glenn pointed out. The layout's like a maze, and more walkers keep finding ways in from the lower levels. Maybe our new friend can help with that, Daryl suggested, giving Clark a measuring look. Clark understood. This was a test, not just of his abilities, but of his commitment to the group. I can see through walls, he reminded them. I could map the entire prison, find all the breach points. And you can't be bitten, Rick added. Could be useful in tight quarters. I'll help, Clark agreed. But I'll need someone who knows the prison layout to guide me. I'll go, Daryl volunteered. Know those tombs better than anyone. Rick nodded. Take Maggie and Tyrese too. Clear as much as you can, but prioritize finding and securing breach points. As they gathered weapons, Clark noticed he wasn't offered one. Whether from trust or distrust, he couldn't tell. Daryl noticed too. You need a weapon. Not sure what good it'd do you, but... I'm fine, Clark assured him. I'm more effective without one. Daryl shrugged. Your funeral. They entered the tombs through a secured door, flashlights cutting through the darkness. Clark didn't need the light, but he didn't mention this. The corridors were narrow and claustrophobic, walls stained with old blood and worse. The stench of decay hung heavy in the air. Stay tight, Daryl whispered. Plenty of blind corners for geeks to hide around. Maggie moved with practiced efficiency, knife ready. Which section first? East block, Tyrese suggested. Most of the breaches we found were there. They moved deeper into the prison's uncleared areas. Clark scanned continuously, mapping the layout in his mind while identifying walker concentrations. There's a group of 12 in the corridor ahead, he said quietly. And a breach point in the ceiling about 50 yards beyond that. Looks like part of the roof collapsed. The others exchanged glances. How do you know that? Tyrese asked. I can see through walls, remember? Right, Tyrese muttered. Forgot we had Superman with us. They approached the walker group cautiously. In the narrow corridor, even 12 presented a serious threat to normal humans. Let me take point, Clark suggested. Daryl hesitated, then nodded. Your show, Cape Man. Clark moved ahead of the group. When the walkers spotted him, they lurched forward with mindless hunger. Superman met them head-on, dispatching them with quick, efficient movements. He'd seen enough to understand the mechanics, destroy the brain, end the threat. His strength made it almost too easy, crushing skulls with minimal effort. What disturbed him wasn't the killing, these weren't people anymore, but how quickly he'd adapted to it. How natural it felt to end these mockeries of human life. When the last walker fell, Clark turned back to find the others watching with expressions ranging from awe to unease. Damn, Tyrese whispered. Useful, was all Daryl said, stepping over the bodies. Breach point ahead. Clark nodded, leading them to the collapsed section of ceiling. Sunlight filtered through the gap, illuminating dust motes in the air. This is recent, Maggie observed, examining the debris. Last storm probably. I can seal it, Clark offered, looking up at the jagged hole. How? Tyrese asked skeptically. In answer, Clark rose slowly into the air, hovering up to the breach. Using his heat vision, he carefully melted the edges of the metal reinforcement bars exposed in the concrete, then bent them across the opening, creating a lattice. The others watched in stunned silence as he welded the makeshift barrier in place. When he descended, the breach was secured. That'll hold, he said simply. Daryl shook his head in disbelief. Guess the flying thing wasn't bullshit after all. They continued through the tombs, Clark leading them to breach points and walker concentrations. Each time, the process repeated, Superman would clear the immediate threat, then seal the breach. By midday, they'd secured 6 major entry points and cleared 3 previously inaccessible cell blocks. Never cleared this much this fast, Maggie commented as they took a brief rest. We've been trying for months. Happy to help, Clark said sincerely. Daryl studied him over a water bottle. Still don't get it. Why you're helping us? What's in it for you? It's what I do, Clark replied. Help people when they need it. Simple as that? Simple as that. Daryl didn't look convinced, but he didn't press further. They continued deeper into the prison, reaching areas that had likely been untouched since the initial outbreak. The walker density increased, as did the signs of the chaos that had unfolded, bloody handprints on walls, bullet holes in doors, makeshift barricades long since breached. Clark paused, hearing something the others couldn't. There's someone alive down there. The group tensed. Impossible, Daryl said. Nobody could survive down here this long. I can hear a heartbeat, Clark insisted. Rapid, but definitely human. Could be a trap, Maggie warned. The governor, it's a child, Clark interrupted, already moving toward the sound. This way. The others followed, weapons ready. Clark led them down 2 more corridors, then stopped outside a heavy metal door. It was secured from the outside with a makeshift lock. "In here," he said, examining the door with X-ray vision. "Young. Maybe 10 years old. Hiding in an air duct." Without waiting for discussion, Clark broke the lock and eased the door open. The room beyond had once been a storage closet. It was now a grisly tableau. 2 adult corpses, long decayed, sat against the far wall. Each had a bullet hole in their head. Tyrese covered his nose. "Jesus. Where's the kid?" Daryl asked, scanning the small space. Clark approached a ventilation grate near the ceiling. "It's okay," he called softly. "We're here to help. You're safe now." Silence answered him. "My name is Clark. These are my friends. We live upstairs in the prison. We have food, water, other children. You don't have to be afraid anymore." A shuffling sound came from the duct, then a small face appeared behind the grate, a boy, filthy and gaunt, with hollow eyes that had seen too much. "They said they'd come back," the boy whispered, voice raspy from disuse. "Who did?" Maggie asked gently. "Mom and Dad." The boy's eyes drifted to the corpses. "They went to find food. Said to hide if the monsters came." The implications were clear. The parents had been trapped, bitten, and chosen suicide over turning. The boy had hidden in the only safe place available, watching as his parents' bodies decomposed. "How long have you been here?" Clark asked, though he dreaded the answer. The boy shrugged. "Lost count." "How did you survive?" Tyrese wondered. "Water? Food?" There was a pipe, the boy pointed to a leaking water pipe in the corner. "And they left some food. When it ran out, I ate." He stopped, unwilling or unable to continue. No one asked him to elaborate. In a world like this, survival often required the unthinkable. "What's your name?" Maggie asked. "Sam," the boy said after a moment's hesitation. "Sam, we'd like to take you somewhere safe," Clark said. "Somewhere with food and people who'll take care of you. Would that be okay?" The boy looked at his parents' remains. "I can't leave them." Clark understood the terrible loyalty. "They wanted you to be safe, Sam. That's why they put you in there. Coming with us is what they would want." Sam considered this, then slowly pushed the grate open. Clark helped him down, acutely aware of how light the child was, how fragile. "I can carry you," he offered. Sam shook his head. "I can walk." And he did, pausing only to place a small hand on each of his parents' skulls in a silent goodbye. The return journey was slower, accommodating Sam's weakened state. The boy walked on his own power, refusing help but staying close to Clark. Something about Superman's presence seemed to comfort him. When they emerged into the sunlit prison yard, Sam squinted against the brightness, raising a hand to shield his eyes. How long had it been since he'd seen the sun? Rick met them at the door, expression changing when he saw the child. "Who's this?" "Sam," Clark answered. "We found him in the tombs. He's been down there since the beginning, it seems." Rick's face softened slightly. "Get him to Herschel. He needs medical attention." As Maggie led the boy away, Rick pulled Clark and Daryl aside. "What else did you find down there?" 6 major breach points, all sealed now, Clark reported. 3 new cell blocks cleared and secure. Could be useful for expansion. And enough walker bodies to stack 10 feet high, Daryl added. "Your friend here is handy in a fight." Rick nodded, impressed despite himself. "Good work. Both of you." The rest of the day passed in a blur of activity. Clark helped reinforce more sections of the fence, clear walker bodies from the yard, and repair damaged infrastructure. The physical labor was easy for him, but he found satisfaction in the tangible improvements to the community's safety and comfort. By evening, word of his abilities had spread throughout the prison. Some residents kept their distance, eyeing him with suspicion or fear. Others approached with cautious curiosity, asking questions about his world or his powers. Superman answered patiently, understanding their wonder and wariness alike. In a world where the dead walked, perhaps a flying man from another dimension wasn't the strangest thing imaginable. As night fell, Clark found himself on guard duty atop the prison's main tower. He didn't need sleep and had volunteered for the shift, giving others a chance to rest. From his vantage point, he could see for miles, the prison yard, the surrounding forest, the scattered walkers shambling aimlessly in the darkness. Footsteps on the metal stairs announced a visitor. Clark turned to find Carl, Rick's son, climbing toward him. "You're supposed to be asleep," Clark observed. Carl shrugged, joining him at the railing. "Couldn't. Too much thinking." "About what?" "You." Carl looked at him directly, fearlessly. "Dad says you're from another world. One without walkers." "That's right. What's it like there?" Clark considered how to describe his Earth to someone who had grown up in Apocalypse. "Busy. Noisy. Cities full of people going about their lives. Schools and movies and sports games." "Sounds fake," Carl said, though his tone suggested longing rather than disbelief. "Sometimes it feels that way to me too," Clark admitted. "Like a dream I had once." They stood in companionable silence for a while, watching the moonlight cast silver shadows across the prison yard. "Can you really fly?" Carl asked eventually. Clark smiled. "Want to see?" Carl's eyes widened. "Yes." With a quick check to ensure no one else was watching, Superman rose gently into the air, hovering 6 feet above the tower platform. Carl stared, mouth slightly open, all pretense of teenage indifference forgotten. "That's..." He trailed off, searching for words. "That's amazing." Clark descended. "Where I come from, there are others with abilities too. Not many, but enough that people have gotten somewhat used to it." "Like what?" "What can they do?" "Some are fast, some are strong. Some can breathe underwater or create green energy constructs or read minds." Carl absorbed this. "Are you the strongest?" "Not always. There are threats that even I can't handle alone." "But you're bulletproof, right?" "Dad said bullets don't hurt you." "Generally not," Clark confirmed. "Though I seem slightly less invulnerable in this world." Carl's expression darkened. "Must be nice. Not having to worry about dying all the time." The bitterness in the boy's voice spoke volumes about the life he'd led, the losses he'd endured. Clark placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. "Everyone worries about that, Carl. Even me. Death takes different forms, but it finds us all eventually." "Deep," Carl muttered, but the corner of his mouth quirked up slightly. A commotion at the fence line drew their attention. A section of walkers was becoming agitated, pressing harder against the chain link. Clark focused his vision. "Something's agitating them. Movement in the trees." Carl raised his rifle, peering through the scope. "I don't see anything." "There," Clark pointed. "About 100 yards in. People watching the prison." Carl adjusted his aim. "Governor's scouts?" "Possibly." Clark continued scanning. 3 of them. Armed. "They're just observing for now." "Should we tell Dad?" "Yes, but don't wake him yet. I'll keep an eye on them. If they make any aggressive moves, we'll sound the alarm." Carl nodded, accepting this plan. His easy trust surprised Clark, given the boy's obvious caution around strangers. "You're different," Carl said, as if reading his thoughts. "Not just the powers. You're... I don't know. Calmer. Like Herschel, but not old. Clark smiled at the awkward compliment. Thank you, I think. I mean, everyone else is always scared or angry or both. Even when they try to hide it. You're not. I get scared too, Clark admitted. But letting fear control you never helps. Carl considered this. The people in the forest. Are they scared? Clark listened carefully, focusing his superhearing. Yes. Their heartbeats are elevated, breathing shallow. They're nervous. Good, Carl said with a hardness that seemed wrong in one so young. They should be. The steel in the boy's voice concerned Clark. What had this child been through to forge such an edge? Why do you say that? He asked carefully. Because they're watching us. Planning something. The governor already tried to kill us all once. He'll try again. You've had to grow up fast in this world, Clark observed. Carl's jaw tightened. Not fast enough. People died because I wasn't ready. That's not on you, Carl. You're a child. No one's a child anymore, the boy said flatly. Not really. Before Clark could respond, movement caught his eye. The observers in the forest were retreating, melting back into the darkness. They're leaving, he reported. Probably just a reconnaissance mission. They'll be back, Carl said with grim certainty. With more people and guns next time. Then we'll be ready, Clark assured him. Get some sleep, Carl. I've got this watch. The boy hesitated, then nodded. Night, Clark. Good night, Carl. As the boy's footsteps faded down the stairs, Superman turned his attention back to the forest. Carl was right, whoever had been watching would return, likely with hostile intentions. In this world, competition for resources and security often turned deadly. Clark scanned farther, mapping the surrounding area with his enhanced vision. The prison sat in a relatively isolated area, surrounded by forest on 3 sides and an open field on the 4th. Defensible, but also exposed. A determined force with enough firepower could breach the fences eventually. And if they knew about him, about what he could do, they might come prepared with weapons that could actually harm him. The kryptonite shard that had traveled with him was evidence that his greatest weakness had followed him to this reality. The thought was troubling. Not for his own safety, but for what it meant for these people who were cautiously beginning to trust him. Superman had always been a symbol of hope, but what if his presence here ultimately brought more danger than salvation? The next week passed in a blur of activity. Clark integrated himself into the prison community, using his abilities to strengthen defenses, clear walker buildups, and conduct efficient supply runs. With each passing day, suspicion gave way to cautious acceptance, then genuine appreciation. Even Daryl, initially the most skeptical, had begun to rely on Clark's enhanced senses during hunting trips. Superman could track game that even Daryl's expert eyes missed, leading to more successful hunts and better meals for everyone. Rick, too, had started including Clark in strategic discussions. The former lawman recognized the tactical advantage of having someone who could scout without risk, who could lift impossible weights and move at incredible speeds. But it was with the children that Clark found his most natural role. They accepted his abilities with the easy wonder of young minds, asking for demonstrations of strength or flight that never failed to elicit smiles. He began teaching in the prison's makeshift school, sharing knowledge from a world the children had never known. Young Sam, rescued from the tombs, attached himself to Clark with particular devotion. The boy rarely spoke, but he followed Superman like a shadow when not in class or medical checkups. Herschel said it was a form of trauma response. Having lost his parents, Sam had latched onto the most indestructible figure available, seeking security in Clark's apparent invulnerability. Clark didn't mind. If his presence comforted the child, it was a small price to pay. Not everyone welcomed him so readily, of course. Some of the Woodbury refugees kept their distance, whispering when they thought he couldn't hear. Concerns about his powers, his origins, his true motives. Clark understood their fear and didn't push for acceptance. This particular morning found him helping Glenn reinforce the prison's water collection system. They were installing larger cisterns to capture rainwater more efficiently, heavy work made light by Superman's strength. "How's Sam doing?" Glenn asked as they worked. "Better," Clark replied, easily lifting a metal tank that would have required 4 men. "He's eating regularly now. Even spoke in class yesterday." Glenn nodded approvingly. "Kids are resilient. More than adults sometimes. I've noticed that. Carl especially." "Carl's had it rough," Glenn said, connecting pipes to the tank Clark held steady. "Saw his mother die. Had to, after she died." He trailed off, unwilling to finish the terrible thought. Clark understood anyway. In this world, loved ones had to be prevented from turning, even by their children. "No child should have to endure that," he said quietly. "No," Glenn agreed. "But they do. Every day." He secured the final connection. "That's why what you're doing matters. Giving them moments of wonder, of possibility. It reminds them the world can hold good things too." Clark hadn't thought of it that way. He'd been focusing on practical contributions, security, construction, supply runs. But perhaps his most valuable gift was the less tangible one, hope. A shout from the fence line interrupted his thoughts. One of the lookouts was waving frantically. "Vehicles approaching," the man called. 3 of them. Clark focused his vision, scanning the road beyond the prison. Military transport trucks. Armed men in the back. At least 20. Glenn grabbed his rifle. "Governor? Can't tell from here. But they're heavily armed." The prison erupted into activity as word spread. Rick emerged from the administration building, quickly taking charge. "Everyone to defensive positions. Get the children into the secure cell block." Clark joined Rick at the fence, watching as the vehicles approached. "I can intercept them," he offered. "Find out what they want before they reach the gates." Rick considered this. "No. If they're hostile and have firepower, I'd rather they waste it on the fences than on people. Besides, we don't know if they know about you yet. That's an advantage I'd like to keep." Clark nodded, deferring to Rick's leadership. The man had kept these people alive through horrors Clark was only beginning to understand. His strategic thinking had been honed by necessity. The vehicles stopped about 100 yards from the prison gate. Men with rifles took up positions behind them, while a single figure stepped forward with a bullhorn. "I want to speak to whoever's in charge," the voice boomed across the distance. Rick exchanged looks with Daryl, who had joined them at the fence. "Could be a trap." "Could be," Daryl agreed. "Want me to put a bolt through his chest, just in case?" "Not yet," Rick decided. He raised his voice. "State your business." "We're looking for someone," the man with the bullhorn called back. "Word is, you've got a man with special abilities. We want to talk to him." Clark's stomach tightened. Word had spread faster than they'd anticipated. "Don't know what you're talking about," Rick shouted. "Now turn around and leave." The man lowered his bullhorn, conferring with others. Then he raised it again. "We're not looking for trouble. We need help. Our community is under siege. We heard someone here can lift cars, move faster than eyes can see. We need that kind of help. What do you think?" Rick asked Clark quietly. "Could be telling the truth. Could be a trap to draw me out." Clark focused his hearing, listening to the men's heartbeats and whispered conversations. They seemed genuinely desperate, though. "Even desperate men lie," Daryl pointed out. "True," Clark acknowledged. "But if there are people in need." Rick studied him. "You want to talk to them?" "I want to help if I can." "And if it's a trap?" Clark met his gaze steadily. "Then I'll deal with it." After a long moment, Rick nodded. Your call. But we've got you covered. Clark moved toward the gate. As he passed Daryl, the hunter handed him a radio. Keep in contact. First sign of trouble, say the word. The gesture of trust didn't go unnoticed. Clark clipped the radio to his belt and continued to the gate, which Tyrese opened just enough for him to slip through. Superman walked the 100 yards toward the vehicles with measured steps, hands visible, posture non-threatening. The armed men tracked his movement, rifles ready but not aiming directly at him. The man with the bullhorn stepped forward to meet him halfway. He was older, maybe 60, with a white beard and the weathered look of someone who had spent years outdoors. I'm Jacob, he introduced himself. Leader of a community about 15 miles from here. Clark, Superman replied simply. What kind of help do you need, Jacob? The old man's eyes studied him intently. So it's true. The rumors about a man with powers. Some of them, maybe. Depends on the rumors. Jacob smiled tiredly. They say you can fly. That bullets bounce off you. That you can see through walls and lift trucks with one hand. Why would your community need someone like that? Clark asked, neither confirming nor denying. Because we're under siege by a force we can't fight conventionally. Jacob ran a hand through his beard. A group calling themselves the Saviors. Led by a man named Negan. The name was unfamiliar to Clark. What do these Saviors want? Half of everything we have. Food, medicine, weapons. Protection money, they call it. Jacob's expression hardened. When we refused, they killed 3 of our people. Said next time it would be the children. Clark's jaw tightened. And you think I can stop them? If what they say about you is true. Yes. It could be a trap, Clark pointed out. Jacob nodded. I'd think the same in your position. But we're desperate. Our walls won't hold against their next attack. We have families, children. Clark scanned the man carefully, listening to his heartbeat, watching his micro-expressions. Everything suggested he was telling the truth, or at least what he believed was the truth. Let me discuss this with my people, Clark said finally. Jacob nodded. Thank you for at least listening. As Clark turned to walk back to the prison, Jacob called after him. They'll come for you eventually too, you know. Men like Negan always want the biggest weapons. Clark paused, considering this. I'm not a weapon. In this world, Jacob said softly, everything is. Back at the prison, Rick, Daryl, Glenn, and Herschel gathered to discuss the situation. Could be legitimate, Herschel said after Clark relayed the conversation. We've heard rumors of groups demanding tribute from smaller communities. Or it could be the governor trying to lure Clark away from the prison, Glenn countered. Divide our strength. I can handle myself, Clark reminded them. Against bullets and walkers, sure, Daryl said. But these people obviously know something about you. What if they know your weaknesses too? It was a valid concern. The kryptonite that had traveled with Clark was a wild card. If others had found pieces of it. I'll be careful, Clark promised. But I can't ignore people in need. Not if there's something I can do. Rick studied him thoughtfully. You really believe that, don't you? That you have a responsibility to help. I do. It's who I am. Rick exchanged looks with the others, some unspoken communication passing between them. Finally, he turned back to Clark. Take Daryl and Michonne with you, he decided. Scout this community, verify their story. If it checks out, you have my blessing to help them, but our people come back safely. That's non-negotiable. Clark nodded, grateful for the trust this represented. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Rick warned. This world has a way of punishing good intentions. An hour later, Clark, Daryl, and Michonne were in a prison vehicle, following Jacob's convoy. They maintained radio contact with the prison, reporting in at regular intervals. "Still think this is a bad idea," Daryl muttered from behind the wheel. Michonne, in the passenger seat, kept her eyes on the vehicles ahead. "Most ideas are bad these days. Question is whether they're necessary." Clark sat in the back, scanning their surroundings continuously. "Their heartbeats are steady. No signs of deception I can detect." "You can really hear heartbeats?" Michonne asked, glancing back at him. "When I focus, yes. Elevated rates can indicate lying, though not always. Fear, excitement, exertion, they all affect heart rate too." Daryl snorted. "Convenient. It has limitations," Clark admitted. "People who believe their own lies don't show the same indicators. And some people are just naturally good at controlling their physical responses." The convoy turned onto a side road, then another, moving deeper into rural country. Eventually, they approached what had once been a small planned community, a cluster of homes surrounded by a hastily constructed wall of metal sheets, vehicles, and wooden barricades. "Not very defensible," Michonne observed. "No," Clark agreed. "They've done what they could, but it wouldn't withstand a serious attack." As they passed through the gate, Clark took in the details of the settlement. About 50 people lived here, judging by the occupied structures and activity levels. Gardens had been established, water collection systems rigged up, solar panels installed on some roofs. Like the prison, they were trying to build something sustainable. Children played in what had once been a cul-de-sac, now converted to a communal space. They stopped as the vehicles entered, watching with curious eyes. Jacob led them to the largest building, once a community center by the looks of it. Inside, a group of people waited around a table covered with maps and weapons. "This is Clark," Jacob introduced him. "And his associates, Daryl and Michonne. They're here to help with our savior problem." A woman stepped forward, her face lined with worry and lack of sleep. "I'm Sarah, Jacob's daughter. Head of security, for what that's worth." She looked directly at Clark. "Are the stories true? About what you can do?" Clark glanced at Daryl and Michonne, who nodded slightly. There was little point in hiding his abilities if he was going to help these people. "Some of them," he acknowledged. "I have certain advantages." "Show us," another man demanded. "If we're risking everything on your help, we need to know what you can do." Clark hesitated, then walked to a metal filing cabinet in the corner of the room. With no apparent effort, he lifted it with one hand, then carefully set it down again. The room fell silent. "That doesn't prove much," someone muttered. "Could just be strong." Clark sighed, then rose a few feet into the air, hovering above the floor. Gasps filled the room, followed by murmurs of amazement and fear. "Satisfied?" he asked, descending. Jacob cleared his throat. "More than. Now, let me show you what we're up against." He spread a map on the table, pointing to various locations. "The Saviors control this territory. Their main compound is here, an old factory about 10 miles from us. They have outposts here, here, and here." His finger traced the map. "At least 100 fighters, well armed." "When do they come for tribute?" Michonne asked. "Regular schedule. Every 2 weeks. They're due tomorrow." Jacob's expression darkened. "After we refused last time, they said the next visit would be different." "How many usually come?" Daryl asked. 15, 20. "Trucks. Guns." Sarah pointed to their perimeter. "We couldn't stop them if we tried." Clark studied the map. "What exactly do you want me to do? Fight them? Drive them away?" Jacob and Sarah exchanged looks. "We want you to kill Negan," Sarah said bluntly. "Cut off the head, and maybe the body dies too." Clark's expression hardened. "I don't kill. Even those who deserve it." Sarah challenged. It's not about deserving. It's about who I am, what I stand for. Clark met her gaze steadily. I'll help you, but not by murder. Jacob sighed. We anticipated you might say that. There are alternatives. Such as? Capture him. Take him somewhere far away. Demonstrate enough force that his people stand down. Jacob spread his hands. We're not bloodthirsty. We just want to live in peace. Clark considered this. I'd need to see their compound. Understand what we're dealing with. Too risky, Darrell objected. They could have lookouts, traps. Not for me, Clark reminded him. I can observe from a distance without being detected. After further discussion, a plan emerged. Clark would scout the Savior's compound that night, gathering intelligence on their numbers, weapons, and defenses. Meanwhile, Jacob's community would prepare for the expected tribute visit the next day, when Superman would confront the Saviors directly. As darkness fell, Clark prepared to depart. Darrell pulled him aside before he left. Don't do anything stupid, the hunter warned. Just recon. We still don't know if any of this is legit. I'll be careful, Clark promised. These people want you to kill for them, Darrell pressed. That doesn't bother you? Clark sighed. Of course it does. But they're desperate, frightened. I can't blame them for wanting a permanent solution. But you won't kill. No. I won't cross that line. Clark's expression was resolute. There's always another way. Darrell studied him. Hope you're right. For all our sakes. Superman flew low and fast, using the night sky for cover. The Savior's compound was exactly where Jacob had indicated, an old factory surrounded by a fence topped with barbed wire. Vehicles were parked in a makeshift lot, including several motorcycles and transport trucks. Clark circled the perimeter, counting guards, noting weapon placements, identifying potential weaknesses. From his vantage point, everything matched Jacob's description. This was indeed a significant force, well organized and well armed. He focused his vision, scanning the interior of the main building. Dozens of people moved about inside, some clearly fighters, others seemingly workers or dependents. It wasn't just a military outpost, it was a community, albeit one built on predatory principles. A central area had been converted into some kind of gathering space. At one end, a man sat in what could only be described as a throne made from scavenged materials. Even from this distance, Clark could tell this was someone who commanded respect, or fear. Negan. It had to be. Clark watched longer, gathering as much information as possible. The Saviors were organized, disciplined, and numerous. A direct confrontation would likely result in casualties, something Superman wanted to avoid at all costs. There had to be another way. As he prepared to leave, movement caught his attention. A group was returning to the compound, 3 vehicles coming from the direction of the prison. Clark focused, heart rate accelerating as he recognized the lead vehicle. It belonged to the governor, the man Rick had described as their most dangerous enemy. The implications were immediate and disturbing. The governor and the Saviors were in contact, possibly forming an alliance. And if they were meeting now, on the eve of the Savior's planned visit to Jacob's community. This wasn't a coincidence. It was coordination. Clark watched as the governor was escorted inside, to the throne room where Negan waited. He couldn't hear their conversation from this distance, even with his enhanced senses, but the body language was clear enough. These were not adversaries, they were potential allies. He'd seen enough. Superman flew back toward Jacob's community at top speed, mind racing with the implications of what he'd witnessed. If the governor and the Saviors were joining forces, both the prison and Jacob's settlement were in imminent danger. When Clark landed in the community's central area, Darrell and Michonne were waiting for him. We have a problem, he said without preamble, quickly explaining what he'd seen. Damn, Darrell muttered. If they're working together. We need to warn Rick, Michonne said immediately. The prison could be a target. I agree. Clark turned to find Jacob approaching. Jacob, I think you've been set up. The old man frowned. What do you mean? The Saviors are meeting with another group right now, a man called the Governor. He's an enemy of our community, has tried to destroy us before. Jacob's confusion seemed genuine. I don't understand. What does that have to do with us? The timing is suspicious, Clark explained. They're meeting the night before they're supposed to come here. It suggests coordination, planning. Possibly a trap. Sarah joined them, face tight with concern. A trap for who? Us, or you? Both, potentially. Clark studied their reactions carefully. Did you know about this connection between the Saviors and the Governor? No, Jacob insisted. We've had no contact with anyone called the Governor. The Saviors are our only problem. Daryl stepped closer to Jacob, crossbow casually at his side. Convenient timing, though. You show up asking for help right when they're planning something together. Jacob's eyes widened. You think we're part of it? That we led you into a trap? Are you? Michonne asked directly, hand resting on her sword hilt. No. Jacob's denial was vehement. We came to you because we need help. Because people told us about a man with extraordinary abilities who might save us from Negan's tyranny. Clark listened to the old man's heartbeat, watched his micro-expressions. Either Jacob was the most accomplished liar he'd ever encountered, or he was telling the truth. I believe you, Clark decided. But that doesn't change the facts. Something's happening, and we need to prepare for it. Daryl looked skeptical but didn't argue. We should head back to the prison. Warn Rick. We can't leave these people undefended, Clark objected. Not with the Saviors coming tomorrow. If they're planning something with the Governor, they might not come here at all, Michonne pointed out. They might go straight for the prison instead. It was a difficult dilemma. Clark couldn't be in two places at once, and both communities might need protection. I'll stay, he decided finally. You two go back, warn Rick. Tell him what we've learned. If the prison comes under attack, I'll hear it, even from here. Daryl and Michonne exchanged looks, clearly uncomfortable with splitting their forces. But time was critical. Fine, Daryl conceded. But the first sign of trouble here, you radio. And if we call, you come running, flying, whatever. Agreed. As Daryl and Michonne prepared to leave, Jacob approached Clark again. Thank you for believing us, the old man said quietly. And for staying. I hope I'm making the right choice, Clark replied honestly. So do I. Jacob's eyes were troubled. If what you saw means what you think it does. Then tomorrow could get very dangerous, Clark finished for him. You should prepare your people, just in case. That night, Clark didn't sleep. He patrolled the perimeter of Jacob's community, constantly scanning for threats. His mind was divided, half focused on the immediate surroundings, half listening for any distress from the prison miles away. Dawn came with no sign of attack on either front. Clark maintained radio contact with the prison, where Rick had mobilized their defenses based on the intelligence Superman had provided. Still quiet here, Rick reported. You. Nothing yet, Clark confirmed. But the Saviors are due to visit this settlement today. If they stick to their pattern, they'll arrive soon. Be careful, Rick warned. If this is coordinated, they might have something planned specifically for you. I know. I'll stay alert. The morning stretched on. Jacob's people moved with nervous energy, checking weapons, securing buildings, preparing for the confrontation they knew was coming. Clark helped where he could, reinforcing defensive positions and offering tactical advice based on what he'd observed at the Savior's compound. Shortly before noon, his enhanced hearing picked up the sound of engines in the distance. They're coming, he announced. 3 vehicles, about 2 miles out. Jacob nodded grimly. Just like last time. Sarah, get everyone in position. Clark placed a hand on the old man's shoulder. Let me handle this, Jacob. Keep your people back. They need to see us standing our ground, Jacob insisted. They will. But from a safe distance. Clark's tone left no room for argument. I didn't come here to watch people die unnecessarily. Reluctantly, Jacob ordered his fighters to take covered positions. Only he and Clark would meet the saviors at the gate. The vehicles arrived with a show of force, engines revving, men with rifles visible in the back. They stopped 20 yards from the entrance, but no one immediately got out. Clark scanned the trucks with his X-ray vision. Something was wrong. Jacob, get back, he said urgently. Now. What is it? The trucks are empty. Remotely controlled. The revelation came too late. The lead vehicle suddenly accelerated, crashing through the gate and detonating in a massive explosion that sent shrapnel flying in all directions. Clark moved instinctively, shielding Jacob with his body as the blast washed over them. The heat and pressure were intense, but Superman's invulnerability protected them both. When the smoke cleared, a section of the community's wall was destroyed. Through the breach came not the saviors, but walkers, dozens of them, possibly hundreds, herded toward the settlement like a living weapon. It's a herd. Jacob cried in horror. They're using walkers to attack us. Behind the wave of undead, armed figures appeared, saviors, using the walkers as a shield for their approach. Get your people to the community center, Clark ordered. Barricade yourselves in. What about you? I'll handle this. As Jacob ran to organize the evacuation, Superman turned to face the oncoming horde. This wasn't a typical walker threat, this was a weaponized assault, using the dead as a first wave to cause panic and chaos. Clark launched himself into the air, surveying the full scope of the attack. The walkers had been channeled toward the breach with improvised barriers, creating a funnel that directed them straight into the community. Behind them, about 30 armed saviors were advancing, using the undead as mobile cover. A direct approach would be most efficient. Clark flew directly at the center of the walker mass, landing with enough force to send bodies flying in all directions. Using his super strength, he began systematically clearing a path, disabled corpses piling up around him. The saviors, seeing their walker's shield being decimated, opened fire. Bullets struck Superman from multiple directions, bouncing off harmlessly. Clark continued his methodical progress, pushing through the diminishing herd toward the human attackers. When the first saviors got a clear view of what was happening, of bullets hitting a man and doing nothing, they faltered. Some broke ranks, retreating toward their vehicles. Others continued firing with increasing desperation. Clark reached the front line of human attackers, moving at a speed just short of his super speed blur. He disarmed men with casual flicks of his wrist, bending gun barrels and tossing weapons aside. This stops now, he announced, voice carrying across the battlefield. A large man with a mustache and military bearing stepped forward, seemingly in command. What the hell are you? Someone who doesn't want to hurt you, Clark replied evenly. But will if necessary. The commander assessed the situation, his men disarmed, the walker herd decimated, and a single man who seemed impervious to bullets standing before him. Stand down, he ordered his remaining fighters. Fall back to the vehicles. As the saviors retreated, Clark remained vigilant, scanning for hidden threats. Something about this didn't feel right, the attack had been too easily repelled, the commander's capitulation too quick. Then he heard it, the sound of engines from the opposite direction. Many engines. Clark turned, focusing his vision beyond the community's far wall. A convoy of vehicles was approaching from the other side, more saviors, and with them, military trucks bearing the distinctive markings of the governor's forces. This hadn't been the real attack. It had been a diversion. Superman activated his radio. Jacob, there's another force coming from the north. Much larger. Get everyone underground if you can. Static answered him. The radio was dead. Clark flew back toward the community center, where Jacob had been gathering his people. The building was abandoned, signs of a hasty evacuation evident. Where had they gone? A familiar, troubling sensation washed over him, weakness, nausea, his powers dimming. Kryptonite. Clark spun around, searching for the source. There, on the ground nearby, small green fragments scattered like breadcrumbs, leading toward one of the houses. It was a trap, specifically designed for him. Someone knew his weakness. The smart move would be to retreat, to get away from the kryptonite and recover his strength. But Jacob's people were missing, possibly in danger. Clark couldn't abandon them. Fighting through the growing weakness, Superman followed the kryptonite trail. Each step became more difficult as the radiation sapped his strength. By the time he reached the house, he was moving at a human pace, breathing labored. The door stood ajar. Inside, silence. Jacob? Clark called, pushing the door open wider. Sarah? No response. Clark forced himself forward, deeper into the house. The kryptonite effects were stronger here, concentrated somehow. His vision blurred, powers fading rapidly. He was becoming vulnerable, truly vulnerable, for the first time since arriving in this world. A movement in the shadows. Clark turned, too slowly. Something struck him from behind, something heavy and sharp that actually penetrated his weakened skin. Pain exploded across his back, driving him to his knees. Through hazy vision, he saw a figure step into the light, not Jacob or any of the community members, but a man with an eye patch and a cold smile. So, the governor said, voice almost conversational. You're the flying man everyone's been talking about. I have to say, I expected more. Clark tried to stand, but his limbs wouldn't cooperate. The room swam around him, walls pulsing in time with his heartbeat. Whatever had struck him wasn't just kryptonite, it was something else, something that affected his system more profoundly. Wondering what hit you, the governor asked, circling him slowly. Special delivery from your home dimension. A green rock that makes you weak, fashioned into a blade. Quite effective, wouldn't you say? Clark fought to stay conscious. Where are Jacob's people? Oh, the sacrificial lambs? The governor chuckled. They served their purpose. Lured you out, kept you occupied while we prepared this little welcome. You killed them. Not all of them. The useful ones are now working for Negan. The rest. He shrugged. Collateral damage in a greater cause. Clark's mind raced despite the pain and weakness. The entire scenario had been orchestrated, Jacob's community, their plight, the Savior's threat. All designed to draw Superman out, isolate him from the prison group, and expose him to kryptonite. How did you know? He managed to ask. About the kryptonite, about me. The governor squatted beside him, bringing their faces level. You made quite an impression when you arrived. That crater you left. It glowed green for days. People talk. Word spread about the flying man at the prison. And when we found fragments of a strange green rock that seemed to have fallen from the sky. He smiled. Well, it wasn't hard to connect the dots. More figures entered the room, saviors, judging by their gear and weapons. One carried a lead box, which he opened to reveal a significant chunk of kryptonite. Clark's remaining strength ebbed further, the radiation overwhelming his system. Negan will be disappointed he missed this, the governor remarked. But he'll have his chance to meet you soon enough. Through the fog of pain and weakness, a terrible realization dawned on Clark. The prison. This was all to get me away from the prison. The governor's smile widened. Smart man. Or whatever you are. He checked his watch. In fact, Negan should be paying your friends a visit right about now. With you out of the picture, they don't stand much chance, do they? Clark struggled against the paralyzing effects of the kryptonite, trying to access his powers, any of them. Nothing responded. Don't waste your energy, the governor advised. We've been studying that green rock for weeks. Know exactly how much it takes to keep someone like you docile. They'll stop you, Clark gasped. Rick, the others. Rick Grimes is a stubborn man, the governor conceded. But he's only human. And humans break. He nodded to his men, who moved forward with restraints, heavy-duty chains that would be overkill for a normal human but might just hold a weakened Kryptonian. As they secured him, Clark focused on his breathing, on staying conscious. The prison was under attack. His friends were in danger. He had to find a way to help them, even in this condition. The governor leaned close, voice dropping to a near whisper. I want you to know something. After we're done at the prison, after we've taken what we want and killed who we need to, I'm going to bring the survivors here. Let them see their Superman in chains. Break their spirit completely before we break their bodies. Rage flared in Clark, momentarily burning through the kryptonite haze. His eyes glowed red, a brief, flickering activation of his heat vision. The governor jumped back, startled. Then he laughed. Still got some fight left. Good. Breaking you will be so much more satisfying that way. More saviors entered, these carrying a metal container of some kind, a modified transport pod with a lead lining. They hefted Clark's restrained form into it, sealing him inside with a chunk of kryptonite placed strategically to maintain his weakened state. Through a small viewing window, Clark watched as they loaded the container onto a vehicle. The governor's face appeared in the window one last time. Comfortable? Good. We've got a little drive ahead of us, and then you'll have front row seats to the fall of Rick Grimes and his people. He tapped the glass. Don't worry, I'll tell them you tried your best. Superman, brought low by simple humans. Poetic, isn't it? The container was secured, and the vehicle began moving. Inside his mobile prison, Clark fought against unconsciousness. The combination of kryptonite exposure and whatever had been on the blade that struck him was overwhelming his system. But he couldn't give in. Not with the prison, with Rick, Carl, Judith, and all the others, facing an attack specifically timed to coincide with his absence. Clark focused on the blade wound, using what remained of his enhanced senses to analyze it. The weapon had been coated with something beyond kryptonite, some kind of toxin that seemed designed to target his nervous system. These people had prepared extensively for him. The question was how. Who had the knowledge to create such a specific weapon against a Kryptonian? The governor didn't seem sophisticated enough for such bioengineering. The answer came like a whisper in his fading consciousness. The dimensional rift that brought him here, it hadn't just transported him and fragments of kryptonite. It had brought knowledge, information, perhaps even technology from his world. Someone in this reality had accessed that knowledge and weaponized it against him. The realization was both disturbing and clarifying. Clark wasn't just facing apocalypse survivors turned warlords, he was facing enemies who had glimpsed the secrets of his world and were using them with calculated precision. The vehicle hit a bump, jostling the container. Pain flared across Clark's back, and with it, a momentary clarity. He focused on that pain, using it to fight off the kryptonite-induced stupor. Superman had been in dire situations before. Trapped, weakened, facing enemies who had studied his vulnerabilities. He'd survived because he never gave up, never stopped fighting, never abandoned those who needed him. This world, this dark, brutal world where the dead walked and the living struggled to maintain their humanity, needed Superman more than his own ever had. Not just for his powers, but for what he represented. Hope. Possibility. A reminder that strength without compassion was merely another form of decay. Clark closed his eyes, concentrating on his connection to the sun. Even filtered through the container, through clouds and atmosphere, solar energy reached him. A trickle, not a flood, but present nonetheless. He couldn't break free, not yet. But he could gather his strength, conserve what power remained. Wait for an opportunity, a moment of oversight by his captors. Because one thing was certain, the governor and Negan had revealed their hand too soon. They thought Superman was merely a powerful individual, a useful weapon or dangerous threat. They didn't understand that Kal-El of Krypton, raised as Clark Kent of Earth, was something more fundamental. He was a symbol of hope in a universe of infinite possibility. And as long as he lived, that hope remained. No matter how dark things became. Chapter 2, Gods and Monsters. 3 weeks before his capture. The prison yard hummed with activity under the scorching Georgia sun. Clark stood on the guard tower, watching as Rick's people moved with purpose below. In the short time since his arrival, the community had begun to transform. Walker threats along the fence were systematically cleared, garden plots expanded, and solar panels salvaged from abandoned buildings now lined the rooftops. Superman's abilities had accelerated what would have taken months into mere days. His strength allowed them to move infrastructure the group had previously considered impossible. His speed meant supply runs that once required dangerous overnight missions could be completed in hours. His invulnerability let him clear Walker-infested areas single-handedly. But it was his vision powers proving most valuable today. "There's a weak spot in the west wall," Clark called down to Tyrese. "Looks like water damage weakened the concrete foundation. If we don't reinforce it soon, the whole section could collapse." Tyrese nodded, making a note on his makeshift clipboard. "I'll get Glenn and Daryl on it." "Any sign of our hunting party?" Clark focused, scanning the tree line. "About half a mile out. Looks like they had some success, Michonne's carrying a deer." "Thank God," Tyrese muttered. "Canned beans are getting old." A child's laughter drew Clark's attention. In the inner yard, Carl was playing with Judith, the baby giggling as her brother made faces at her. The sound was precious, innocence somehow preserved despite the horror surrounding them. Clark descended from the tower, touching down lightly beside Tyrese, who still flinched slightly at the display of superhuman ability. "Don't think I'll ever get used to that," the big man admitted. Clark smiled. "It took my parents years." "Your parents knew you could fly?" "Eventually. They found me as a baby, raised me as their own. The powers developed gradually, strength first, then speed, then the rest." Tyrese studied him with open curiosity. "Must have been strange, discovering you could do things no one else could." "It was," Clark admitted. "Frightening sometimes. I broke things accidentally. Heard conversations I wasn't supposed to hear. Saw through walls when I didn't mean to. How'd you learn to control it?" "Practice. Patience. My father's guidance." Clark's expression softened at the memory. "He used to say that what made me different was neither good nor bad, it was what I chose to do with it that mattered." Tyrese nodded thoughtfully. "Wise man. The best I've ever known." They walked together toward the cell block, where Carol was organizing supplies. The silver-haired woman had gradually warmed to Clark, her initial suspicion giving way to cautious acceptance, though he sensed she still kept a watchful eye on him around the children. "Hunting parties on their way back with fresh meat," Clark reported. Carol's eyes lit up. "Venison? Looks like it. I'll get a stew started." She turned to Tyrese. "Can you grab those potatoes we've been saving?" As Tyrese moved to help, Carol lowered her voice. "How are you adjusting to all this? Our world, I mean." The question surprised Clark. Few people asked about his experience, they were too focused on their own survival. "It's challenging," he admitted. "Where I come from, there were problems, serious ones, but not like this. Not total societal collapse. But you've still chosen to help us." It wasn't quite a question. "Of course. It's what I do." Carol sorted through canned goods as she spoke. "Rick told me about your rule. About not killing humans." Clark tensed slightly. That's right. You know that's not sustainable here, don't you? Her tone wasn't challenging, just matter of fact. Eventually, you'll face a situation where not killing someone means others die. I understand the world has changed, Clark said carefully. But some principles shouldn't. Carol's hand stilled. I used to think like that. Then I watched people I cared about die because I wasn't willing to do what was necessary. She met his eyes directly. Just something to consider, Superman. The conversation lingered in Clark's mind as he continued his work around the prison. Carol wasn't wrong, he'd already witnessed how the moral certainties of his world became blurry here. Rick had made decisions Clark would once have considered unconscionable, yet they had kept this group alive when so many others perished. Was his no-killing rule a principle worth maintaining, or a luxury this world couldn't afford? That evening, the prison community gathered for a rare feast. The deer provided enough meat for everyone, supplemented with vegetables from their expanding garden. People sat in small groups around fires in the yard, the atmosphere almost festive. Clark sat with Rick, Daryl, and Herschel, listening as they discussed expansion plans. The tombs are almost completely cleared now, Rick said, chewing thoughtfully on a piece of venison. That gives us access to the east wing, maybe 30 more secure cells. Could move the Woodbury folks there, Daryl suggested. Give everyone more space. Herschel nodded. The additional room would help with the medical setup too. I could establish a proper infirmary, keep the sick separated from the injured. Rick turned to Clark. Any other structural issues we should address first? The water tower needs reinforcement, Clark reported. And the garage roof won't survive another heavy rain. But both are manageable. Good. Tomorrow a shout from the fence line interrupted their planning. One of the watchers was pointing toward the road, where headlights had appeared in the gathering darkness. The relaxed atmosphere evaporated instantly. Weapons appeared, positions were taken, children ushered inside. Clark focused his vision. 2 vehicles. Pickup truck and an SUV. About a dozen people. Rick was already moving. Armed? Yes, but not obviously hostile. They're stopping at the outer gate. By the time they reached the fence, the vehicles had parked. A man stood in their headlights, hands raised to show he wasn't holding a weapon. Hello the prison, he called. We're not looking for trouble. Rick kept his rifle ready. What do you want? Sanctuary, the man replied. We heard this place takes in survivors. That it's safe here. Clark scanned the group more thoroughly. 8 adults, 3 children. They have weapons but nothing heavy. The children look malnourished. Rick's jaw tightened. Since the fall of Woodbury, the prison had become known as a refuge, with survivors occasionally finding their way to their gates. Each time, the same dilemma presented itself: help people in need, or protect what they'd built by keeping strangers out. How'd you hear about this place? Daryl called. Travelers on the road, the man answered. They said you had walls, crops. That you took in Woodbury survivors after the governor went crazy. Rick glanced at Clark. What do you think? Superman listened carefully, focusing on heartbeats, breathing patterns, signs of deception. They're afraid, desperate. The man is telling the truth as far as I can tell. Could still be a trap, Daryl muttered. Governors tried scouts before. I don't think so, Clark said. But we could talk to them from here first, ask questions only genuine refugees would know. Rick nodded. Good idea. What followed was a careful interrogation, questions about when Woodbury fell, about the surrounding areas, about how long they'd been on the road. The answers came quickly, without contradiction. One more thing, Rick called. What else did these travelers tell you about the prison? The man hesitated. They said you had someone special here. Someone who could do things others can't. A tense silence fell over the prison group. Word of Superman had spread further than they'd realized. What things? Rick pressed. Incredible strength. Speed. That he can fly. The man shifted uncomfortably. Look, we didn't believe it either, but they were convinced. Said he saved them when their car was surrounded by walkers, lifted it right over a herd. We figured it was just stories, but, the prison part checked out, so we took a chance. Rick exchanged looks with Clark, who nodded slightly. Wait here, Rick told the newcomers. We need to discuss this. The prison group retreated out of earshot for a hurried conference. This is exactly what I was worried about, Rick said. Word spreading about Clark. It's gonna bring every desperate survivor and power-hungry warlord to our doorstep. We can't turn them away, Herschel argued. Those children need help. It's not just about them, Daryl countered. It's about who follows them. Today it's a couple families. Tomorrow it could be the governor with an army. Clark listened to the debate, understanding both perspectives. His presence was changing the dynamic of this world in ways he hadn't fully anticipated. Like a stone dropped in still water, the ripples were spreading outward. Let me talk to them, he suggested finally. Alone first. I'll get a better sense of their intentions. Rick considered this. No displays of power. Not yet. Agreed. Clark approached the gate alone, stopping just out of reach. The newcomers watched him with open curiosity. My name is Clark, he introduced himself. I understand you've heard stories about someone with unusual abilities here. The leader nodded cautiously. That's right. They said you, saved people. Kept them safe from walkers and worse. Why did that matter to you? Why come here specifically? The man glanced back at his group, particularly the children. Because safety is everything now. Because if even half the stories are true, this might be the one place where our kids can grow up instead of just survive day to day. A woman stepped forward, holding a young girl's hand. My daughter hasn't slept through the night in months. Always afraid. Always running. Her voice cracked slightly. We just want her to feel safe again. Is that still possible in this world? Clark studied them, not just with his enhanced senses, but with his understanding of human nature. These weren't infiltrators or threats. They were simply people clinging to hope in a world that had all but extinguished it. And they had come because they'd heard that hope existed here, personified in someone with the power to protect. Wait here, he told them, returning to the prison group. Well? Rick asked. They're telling the truth, Clark said simply. They came because they believe they'll be safe here. Because they heard someone could protect them. Rick ran a hand through his beard. We're not a refugee center. We can barely feed ourselves. Actually, Herschel interjected, with the expanded gardens and Clark's help with hunting and supply runs, we're more secure than we've ever been. It's not just about resources, Michonne pointed out. It's about security. More people means more risk. Or more help, Glenn countered. More hands to work, more eyes to watch. Rick looked torn, the burden of leadership heavy on his shoulders. Clark, these stories about you, how far do you think they've spread? Impossible to know, Superman admitted. But they're out there now. We can't undo that. After further discussion, a consensus emerged. They would admit the newcomers on a provisional basis, with careful monitoring and integration into the community's work system. But they would also accelerate security improvements and establish better protocols for accepting refugees. The decision made, Rick opened the gate, allowing the small convoy inside. As the newcomers were processed, relieved of their weapons temporarily, given medical checks by Herschel, and assigned temporary quarters, Clark noticed the children staring at him with undisguised curiosity. The youngest, a girl about 6, tugged her mother's sleeve. Is that him? The flying man? Her mother shushed her, embarrassed. Emma, that's rude. Clark knelt to the child's level. My name is Clark. What's yours? Emma, she said shyly. Then, with the directness only children manage, can you really fly? Clark glanced at Rick, who gave a resigned nod. The secret was already out, denying it would only create distrust. Yes, Clark told her. I can. Emma's eyes widened. Show me. Please. The adults around them fell silent, waiting for his response. It was a pivotal moment, the first open acknowledgement of his abilities to outsiders. Clark stood and gently rose a few feet into the air, hovering just above the ground. Gasps rippled through the newcomers, expressions ranging from awe to disbelief to fear. Emma's reaction was simpler, pure wonder, a child's joy at seeing magic in a world of horror. See, Mommy, she whispered. I told you angels were real. The comment caught Clark off guard. He descended quickly, uncomfortable with the reverence in their gazes. He wasn't an angel or a god, just someone trying to help. I'm not what you think, he told the group. I'm just, different. But I'm here to help keep this place safe, like everyone else. The leader stepped forward, extending his hand. Whatever you are, thank you for letting us in. Clark shook it firmly. Don't thank me. This is Rick's community. I'm just a guest here myself. It was important to establish this immediately. He didn't want these people looking to him as their savior or leader. That role belonged to Rick, who had earned it through hard decisions and sacrifice. As the newcomers were shown to their quarters, Rick pulled Clark aside. That's going to complicate things, he said quietly, nodding toward the still awestruck refugees. They're looking at you like you're the second coming. I know. I'll make sure they understand I'm not in charge. It's not just about chain of command, Rick explained. It's about expectations. They came here because they think you can save them from everything. What happens when you can't? It was a sobering question, one Clark had grappled with even in his own world. The limits of power, the burden of others' faith. I'll be clear about what I can and can't do, he promised. No false hope. Rick nodded, though he didn't look entirely convinced. Get some rest. We've got a lot of work tomorrow. The next morning, Daryl approached Clark as he was helping reinforce the fence line. Need your help on a run, the hunter said without preamble. Place about 20 miles from here. Might have medical supplies. Clark set down the metal support beam he'd been positioning. Just us. Yeah. Need to move quick, stay quiet. In and out. The request surprised him. Daryl was the last person he'd expected to seek out his company. The gruff hunter had maintained a cautious distance since Clark's arrival, accepting his help but never quite warming to his presence. When do we leave? Now. Got the bike ready. Clark raised an eyebrow. I could fly us there much faster. Daryl's expression suggested he'd rather face a herd of walkers. Ain't being carried like a damn princess. We take the bike. Superman suppressed a smile. Whatever you say. They set out minutes later, Daryl's motorcycle growling along the overgrown highway. Clark rode behind him, alert for threats along their route. The landscape was eerily beautiful in its abandonment, nature reclaiming what civilization had built, vines crawling up road signs, saplings pushing through cracked asphalt. Occasionally they passed reminders of the collapse, abandoned vehicles, sun-bleached bones, messages painted for loved ones never found. What was it like? Daryl asked suddenly, voice barely audible over the engine. Your world. Before you came here. Clark thought carefully about how to answer. Busy. Crowded. Technology everywhere. Problems too, war, poverty, crime, but nothing like this. Sounds nice, Daryl grunted. Parts of it were. Other parts. Clark trailed off. Every world has darkness, Daryl. Different kinds, maybe, but it's always there. Yeah, but in your world, darkness doesn't eat your face off. Clark couldn't argue with that. They rode in silence for a while longer before Darrell spoke again. These powers of yours. You were born with them. In a manner of speaking. My physiology is designed to absorb and process solar radiation differently than humans. Yellow sunlight enhances my cells, gives me abilities beyond normal parameters. So under a different sun, I'd be weaker. Or possibly have different abilities altogether. It's complex. Darrell digested this. That why you were weaker when you first got here? Something about the sun. Clark was impressed by the observation. Partially. There was also kryptonite, a radioactive element from my homeworld. It interferes with my solar energy processing, essentially poisoning me. And that stuff came through with you? Small fragments, yes. I removed what I could find, but there might be more out there. Darrell's shoulders tensed slightly. So you ain't invincible. Got a weakness. Everyone has weaknesses, Darrell. The hunter didn't respond, but Clark sensed the information had been filed away carefully. They reached their destination, a small compound surrounded by a chain-link fence. Once a research facility of some kind, judging by the faded signage, Eastern Regional Bioscience Center. What is this place? Clark asked as they concealed the motorcycle in nearby bushes. Government lab, Darrell explained. Glenn found it on a map a while back, but we never had the manpower to check it properly. Too risky. Until now. Until you. Darrell checked his crossbow. Place might have medicine, equipment. Might also be full of geeks. Clark scanned the facility with his X-ray vision. 12 walkers inside, spread throughout the building. No living humans that I can detect. He focused more carefully. The East Wing has what looks like laboratory equipment, still intact. Darrell stared at him. You can see all that from here. X-ray vision, Clark explained. Has its limits, but it's useful for reconnaissance. Ha! Darrell shouldered his crossbow. Let's go then. You take point, since bullets can't hurt you. They approached the fence cautiously. Clark could have simply flown them over, but he sensed this mission was about more than supplies. It was Darrell's way of evaluating him, testing how he operated in the field. A section of fence had been cut and crudely repaired with wire. Darrell examined it. Someone's been here before. Recently? Nah. Months ago, at least. They slipped through the gap and approached the main building. Clark could hear the walkers inside, shuffling movements, occasional moans. Nothing coordinated or immediate. We can clear them methodically, he suggested. Or avoid them entirely and focus on the laboratory section. Darrell considered. How secure is the lab part? Sealed doors. If we're quiet, we can get in and out without attracting attention. Then we avoid unnecessary fights. Save our energy for what matters. Clark nodded approvingly. Despite his gruff exterior, Darrell was a tactical thinker, not just a brawler. They entered through a side door, moving silently through dim corridors. Clark led, using his vision to navigate around walker concentrations. The building smelled of decay and chemical preservatives, an unsettling combination. The laboratory wing was secured by keycard doors, long since depowered. Clark easily forced the lock, taking care to make minimal noise. Inside, they found what had once been a state-of-the-art research facility, now dusty and abandoned, but largely intact. Jackpot, Darrell whispered, examining cabinets full of medication and supplies. Clark moved deeper into the lab, scanning equipment and documents. This wasn't just any research center. They were working on something specific here. What kind of something? Not sure yet. Clark examined microscopes and testing equipment. Advanced biology, definitely. Maybe virology. Darrell froze. Like, virus research? As in, I don't know if it's related to what happened, Clark said quickly. But it might explain why this place was abandoned so carefully. They took data but left equipment. They worked methodically, gathering medical supplies into backpacks while Clark examined research notes left behind. Most were technical documents beyond his expertise, but he gathered what seemed important. In a back office, Clark discovered something unexpected, a locked safe built into the wall, heavy-duty and apparently untouched during the evacuation. "Daryl," he called softly. "Found something." The hunter joined him, eyeing the safe. "Can you open it?" In answer, Clark gripped the handle and pulled gently. Metal groaned, then gave way as the locking mechanism sheared clean through. The door came off in his hand. Daryl whistled low. "Handy." Inside the safe, they found not valuables but data storage, external hard drives carefully packed in protective cases, along with paper files marked classified. "Someone thought this was worth protecting," Clark observed, examining the drives. "Too bad we don't have electricity to check them." "Eugene might figure something out," Daryl suggested. "He's good with that tech shit." As they packed the drives, a noise caught Clark's attention, movement from deeper in the facility, beyond the laboratory wing. Not the random shambling of walkers, but purposeful footsteps. "Someone's here," he whispered. "Living." One person, moving cautiously. Daryl immediately took up a defensive position. "Governor's people." "Don't know." "Stay here." Clark moved silently toward the sound, using his super speed to blur through the corridors unseen. He found the source in what had been a break room, a woman in her late 30s, Asian American, wearing a lab coat over practical outdoor clothing. She was methodically searching cabinets, placing items into a backpack with the precision of someone who knew exactly what she was looking for. Clark observed for a moment before speaking. "Hello." The woman spun, a scalpel appearing in her hand with practiced speed. When she saw Clark, her eyes widened, but she didn't lower the improvised weapon. "Who are you?" she demanded. "Are you with them?" "I'm Clark. And I don't know who they are, so probably not." He kept his hands visible, non-threatening. "I'm here with a friend, looking for medical supplies." The woman's eyes narrowed with suspicion. "This is a BL-4 facility. Not exactly a pharmacy." "We're not picky these days," Clark replied. "What's your name?" She hesitated. "Eliza. Dr. Eliza Chen. I worked here before." That explained her familiarity with the facility and her lab coat. "You've been surviving on your own?" "Not entirely by choice." She still hadn't lowered the scalpel. "How did you get in?" "The security doors were locked. We found a way." Clark studied her more carefully. She was thin but not malnourished, her clothes worn but clean, her movements those of someone who had adapted to the new world rather than been broken by it. "What are you looking for here, Dr. Chen?" "Research materials. My work." She gestured toward her backpack. "Not that it matters anymore." "What kind of work?" Something in his tone made her pause. "You're not a typical scavenger, are you? You ask different questions." "I'm interested in what this facility was researching," Clark admitted. "Particularly if it relates to what happened." Dr. Chen's expression darkened. "It doesn't. Not directly. We were studying cellular regeneration and decay. The applications were medical, treating degenerative diseases, enhancing healing processes. And now? Now I'm trying to understand why the dead don't stay dead." She finally lowered the scalpel. "You said you're with someone?" As if on cue, Daryl appeared in the doorway, crossbow raised. "Everything okay?" "Fine," Clark assured him. "This is Dr. Chen. She worked here." Daryl didn't lower his weapon. "Convenient. I was in Atlanta when everything fell apart," Dr. Chen explained. "It took me months to make it back here. I've been trying to salvage what's left of our research. Why? Daryl asked bluntly. Because understanding is the first step to solving, she replied. This Walker phenomenon, it's biological, which means it can be studied. Maybe even reversed. Clark exchanged looks with Daryl. The prison community had focused entirely on survival, with little thought given to actually addressing the cause of the apocalypse. The idea that someone was still pursuing scientific understanding was both surprising and intriguing. Where are you based now? Clark asked. Nowhere permanently. I move between secure locations. Alone? Yes. No hesitation in her answer. Groups attract attention. Attention attracts walkers and worse. Daryl snorted. Also means no one watching your back. I've managed. Dr. Chen's tone suggested the subject was closed. She turned back to Clark. You never answered my question. How did you get through the security doors? They required specific access codes, even after power failure. Clark smiled slightly. I'm stronger than I look. She studied him with renewed interest. Clearly. A crash from elsewhere in the facility interrupted them. Something heavy had fallen, echoing through the corridors. Moments later, the distinctive moans of walkers grew louder, more agitated. We need to go, Daryl said urgently. That'll draw every geek in the building. Dr. Chen was already gathering her belongings. The northeast exit leads to the parking lot. It's the most direct route out. There are walkers converging there now, Clark reported, using his X-ray vision. The south exit is clearer. She stared at him. How could you possibly know that? Trust me. They moved quickly through the corridors, Daryl taking point while Clark brought up the rear. Dr. Chen watched him with undisguised curiosity, particularly when he easily moved a fallen cabinet that blocked their path. At the south exit, they encountered 3 walkers. Daryl dispatched them efficiently with his crossbow while Clark secured the door. Clear, Daryl announced. But there'll be more coming. They slipped outside into the overgrown parking lot. More walkers were visible in the distance, attracted by the noise from inside the facility. My bike's this way, Daryl said, pointing toward their concealed entry point. Dr. Chen hesitated. I have a car hidden about half a mile south. If we split up, bad idea, Clark interrupted. Come with us. At least until we're clear of this area. She looked ready to argue but glanced at the approaching walkers and nodded. Fine. Lead the way. They reached the motorcycle without incident. Daryl started it quickly, the engine roaring to life. Problem, he noted. Bike carries 2, max. Clark turned to Dr. Chen. Where were you planning to go after this? I have a temporary setup in an old ranger station about 15 miles east, she replied. Basic lab equipment, solar power. You're researching the virus? Clark asked. Trying to. With limited resources. Clark made a quick decision. Our community has more people, better security. We could use someone with your expertise. Dr. Chen shook her head. I work better alone. No offense. Even scientists need to eat and sleep without worrying about walkers, Daryl pointed out. And we have some research materials you might find interesting, Clark added, thinking of the hard drives they'd recovered. This caught her attention. What kind of materials? Data drives from the secure safe. Classified files. Her eyes widened. You got into the director's safe. How? Clark simply smiled. Dr. Chen studied him with renewed intensity. Who are you? Really? Someone who wants the same thing you do, understanding that might help people. The approaching walkers were getting closer, their moans louder. Decision time. Fine, Dr. Chen conceded. I'll come see this community of yours. Temporarily. Great, Daryl said, revving the engine. Now how are we all getting there on one bike? Clark stepped forward. I can carry Dr. Chen. Carry, she repeated skeptically. In answer, Clark gently lifted her into his arms. Before she could protest, he rose into the air, hovering several feet above the ground. Dr. Chen's scientific composure shattered. What the hell? I'll explain on the way, Clark promised. Daryl, lead the route. We'll follow. The hunter nodded, eyes glinting with something almost like amusement at Dr. Chen's shock. Try not to drop the dock, Superman. As Daryl's motorcycle roared away, Clark rose higher with the stunned scientist in his arms. This isn't possible, she whispered, clutching his shoulders. Human flight without technology. I'm not exactly human, Clark admitted as they followed Daryl's motorcycle from above. It's a long story. For the first time in perhaps the entire apocalypse, Dr. Eliza Chen was rendered completely speechless. The return to the prison caused quite a stir, particularly their arrival method. Clark landed gently in the yard with Dr. Chen, who still appeared to be processing the impossibility of what had just happened. Daryl arrived moments later on his motorcycle. Rick approached immediately, expression shifting from welcome to concern when he saw the newcomer. Who's this? Dr. Eliza Chen, Clark introduced her. We found her at the research facility. She used to work there. Dr. Chen had recovered enough to extend her hand professionally. Former biophysicist with the Eastern Regional Bioscience Center. Currently trying not to have my mind completely blown by the fact that this man can fly. Rick shook her hand cautiously. He does that. Among other things. Herschel joined them, his medical background immediately piquing his interest. A doctor? Medical? Research scientist, she clarified. Specialized in cellular biology and quantum effects on organic systems. Quantum effects? Clark repeated, suddenly more interested. It's complicated, she said, eyes still fixed on him with clinical fascination. But maybe relevant to whatever you are. Rick intervened. Let's continue this inside. Daryl, what else did you find? Medicine. Equipment. Data drives from a locked safe. Daryl held up their packs. Doc here was scavenging research materials from the same place. I was retrieving my work, Dr. Chen corrected. 2 years of research that might actually matter now. They moved to the common area, where Dr. Chen was offered food and water while Rick debriefed Daryl privately. Clark stayed with her, aware of her continued scrutiny. You're not processing solar radiation like a normal organism would, she said suddenly, between bites of canned peaches. Your cellular structure must be fundamentally different from human baseline. Clark smiled slightly. It is. Extraterrestrial? Yes. She nodded, unsurprised. That tracks. No terrestrial biology could evolve flight capability in a humanoid form without mechanical assistance. The energy requirements alone would be prohibitive. Her scientific approach was refreshing, curious without being fearful or reverential. You're taking this remarkably well, Clark observed. I'm compartmentalizing, she replied matter-of-factly. I'll have my existential crisis later, when I'm not surrounded by strangers in a prison during the zombie apocalypse. Clark laughed, a genuine sound that drew looks from others nearby. Laughter had become rare in this world. Fair enough, he conceded. Dr. Chen set aside her empty can. So. Alien. From where? When? How? And most importantly, why are you here in the middle of this particular apocalypse? Krypton. About 30 years ago by Earth reckoning. Spacecraft sent by my biological parents before our planet's destruction. Clark paused. As for why I'm here specifically, in this world, that's more complicated. I was investigating an anomaly near Earth, my Earth, when something pulled me through. A dimensional rift of some kind. Her eyes widened. Dimensional travel? You're from a parallel reality? I believe so. One where this. He gestured vaguely, never happened. Fascinating. Dr. Chen's mind was clearly racing. The multiverse theory proven through direct manifestation. The implications are staggering. Before she could continue, Rick and Daryl returned, along with Herschel. Dr. Chen, Rick began, Daryl tells me you've been studying the Walker phenomenon scientifically. Is that right? As much as possible with limited equipment, she confirmed. I've been collecting samples, running basic analyses. Nothing groundbreaking yet, but I'm establishing baseline parameters. What have you learned? Herschel asked. Dr. Chen sighed. The pathogen, virus, prion, or whatever it is, reactivates basic neural functions after death. Motor control, hunger response, sensory processing. But higher brain functions remain dormant or destroyed. She paused. The most interesting finding is that everyone is already infected. We know that part, Rick said grimly. We all carry it. When we die, we turn. Yes, but the question is why? And how does it spread between living hosts without causing symptoms? She leaned forward. I've been tracking mutations, looking for patterns. The virus is changing, adapting. Getting stronger? Daryl asked. Different, she clarified. Evolution doesn't necessarily mean more lethal. It means more successful at propagation. The implications hung in the air. A changing virus meant changing threats. We've established a small medical facility here, Herschel offered. Limited equipment, but perhaps useful for your research. Dr. Chen considered this. I'd need samples, controls. A secure space where contamination risks could be managed. What about helping the living? Rick asked directly. We have people with medical needs. Injuries, illnesses. Your expertise would be valuable there too. I'm a researcher, not a practitioner, she said. But I have enough medical knowledge to assist. In exchange for lab space and security, I'm willing to contribute. Rick nodded. We'll set something up. For now, you can have a cell in the secure block. Herschel will show you our medical supplies, see what we can provide for your research. As Herschel led Dr. Chen away, Rick turned to Clark. She know anything about how you got here? About getting you back? Not yet. But her specialty is interesting, quantum effects on biological systems. It might be relevant. Worth exploring, Rick agreed. Just remember, our priority is survival here and now. Of course. Clark understood Rick's pragmatism. In this world, immediate threats demanded immediate focus. Theoretical physics was a luxury. Still, Dr. Chen's arrival kindled something he'd been suppressing, hope for a way home. If the dimensional rift that brought him here could be understood, perhaps it could be recreated. The question was whether he would choose to leave if given the chance. The next few days established a new rhythm at the prison. Dr. Chen integrated into the community, setting up a makeshift laboratory in a secured room while assisting Herschel with medical duties. Her scientific approach brought a different perspective to their survival strategies, optimizing everything from water purification to food preservation. Clark split his time between security, construction projects, and increasingly, conversations with Dr. Chen about his origins and the dimensional rift. The scientist was relentlessly curious, documenting everything about Superman's abilities and limitations in this world. Your cellular structure is fascinating, she told him during one examination. They were in her improvised lab, where she had convinced him to provide tissue samples for analysis. It processes energy unlike anything I've ever seen. Clark watched as she peered through a microscope at his cells. What do you see? Your cells appear to store solar energy in a specialized organelle structure. They're constantly processing, converting, and distributing this energy throughout your system. She looked up. It's like having billions of microscopic batteries that recharge in sunlight. That's consistent with what I was told about Kryptonian physiology, Clark confirmed. Our scientists had studied it extensively. And this kryptonite you mentioned, the substance that weakens you, how does it interfere with the process? It emits radiation that disrupts the energy conversion. Essentially poisons my cell's ability to process solar power. Dr. Chen made notes. And you believe fragments of this substance came through the rift with you? Yes. I removed what I could find, but there might be more. Her expression grew thoughtful. The dimensional rift itself, describe it again. The visual phenomena, the sensations. Clark closed his eyes, recalling the event. It appeared as a distortion in space, like reality folding in on itself. Colors that shouldn't exist. When it pulled me in, it felt like being disassembled and reconstructed simultaneously. Classic quantum displacement effects, she murmured, writing rapidly. The multiverse theory suggests that parallel realities exist alongside our own, separated by dimensional barriers. Normally these barriers are impermeable, but certain energy configurations could temporarily weaken them. Could such a rift happen naturally? Possible, but unlikely. More probably it was triggered by something, an experiment, an event, a technological application gone wrong. She tapped her pen thoughtfully. If we could understand the specific energy signature that created it, theoretically we could reproduce it. Clark felt a surge of hope. Creating a way back to my reality? Potentially. But it would require equipment we don't have, power sources that might not exist here anymore. She gave him an evaluating look. Is that what you want? To go back? The question caught him off guard. I don't know. My life is there. My friends, my work. But you're needed here, she observed. Perhaps more than in your world. Before Clark could respond, shouting erupted from the prison yard. They rushed outside to find Rick and Daryl confronting one of the newcomers they'd admitted days earlier, a man named Patrick who had arrived with his family. I'm telling you, we didn't know. Patrick was insisting, hands raised defensively. They found us on the road, asked questions about where we'd been staying. Rick's posture was threatening, his hand near his holstered Colt. And you just happened to mention a flying man? Just casual conversation. Clark moved closer. What's happening? Daryl turned, expression grim. Scout spotted a group watching the prison. When Glenn got close enough to listen, he heard them talking about Superman. Detailed descriptions, abilities. They knew exactly who to look for. The implications were immediate. Word was spreading faster than they'd anticipated, and in more detail. It wasn't intentional, Patrick pleaded. They seemed like normal survivors. Asked if we'd heard rumors about safe places. When we mentioned the prison, they asked specific questions. I didn't think, that's right, you didn't think, Rick cut him off. Now we have unknown hostiles with specific intelligence about our strongest defender. Clark stepped between them. Rick, he couldn't have known. That's the problem with secrets like yours, Rick said, anger barely contained. Once they start spreading, they take on a life of their own. The confrontation was drawing attention from throughout the prison. Clark noticed Dr. Chen watching intently, analyzing the dynamics of the community she'd joined. Who were these people? Clark asked Patrick directly. Did they identify themselves? Mention any groups or leaders? Patrick shook his head. They were careful. Well-armed, disciplined. The one in charge had a mustache, military bearing. Called himself lieutenant or something. Daryl and Rick exchanged significant looks. Sounds like the saviors, Daryl said quietly. Who are they? Clark asked. Bad news, Rick replied grimly. We've heard about them from travelers. They control territory north of here, demand tribute from smaller communities. Led by someone called Negan. The name meant nothing to Clark, but the tension it created was palpable. "If they're watching us, they're planning something," Rick continued. "We need to increase security, change patrol patterns. And you," he turned to Clark, "need to be more careful about displaying your abilities openly." "It's too late for that," Dr. Chen interjected, joining the conversation. "The information is out there. Trying to suppress it now would be like closing the barn door after the horses have fled." Rick's expression hardened at her intervention. "And you are someone who understands information propagation," she replied evenly. "Your best strategy isn't denial or secrecy anymore. It's controlled narrative." "Meaning?" Daryl asked. "Let the story spread, but shape it. Make sure people know Superman protects this community, and what happens to those who threaten it." Clark frowned. "You're suggesting using fear." "I'm suggesting using psychology," Dr. Chen corrected. "These saviors, whoever they are, will be calculating risk versus reward. Make the risk seem prohibitive." Rick studied her thoughtfully. "You've survived on your own all this time. I'm guessing that took more than just scientific knowledge. It took understanding human behavior in resource-scarce environments," she agreed. "People are predictable when desperate or power-hungry." The conversation was interrupted by Glenn's arrival, breathless from running. "They're gone," he reported. "The observers pulled out when they realized we'd spotted them. Headed north." "Back to report," Rick concluded. "We need to prepare." The prison mobilized with practiced efficiency. Defense shifts were doubled, weapons distributed, evacuation plans reviewed. Everyone had a role, a position, a responsibility. Clark found himself at the center of strategic discussions. His abilities made him their most valuable defensive asset, but also potentially their greatest vulnerability if enemies came prepared with knowledge of his weaknesses. "We should consider a preemptive approach," Daryl suggested during a planning session that evening. "Clark could fly over their territory, locate their base, give us intel." "Too risky," Rick countered. "If they're collecting information on him, they might have countermeasures already. We can't afford to lose him to a trap." "I can take care of myself," Clark pointed out. "Maybe against normal threats," Rick said. "But if they know about you, they might have found kryptonite too. The fragments that came through with you." It was a sobering thought. Clark had assumed he'd located all the kryptonite that traveled with him, but he couldn't be certain. If others had found pieces of the radioactive crystal. "We stay defensive for now," Rick decided. "But prepared." "Clark, work with Daryl on reinforcing our vulnerable points. Dr. Chen, anything in that research facility data that might help us understand what we're facing?" Dr. Chen had been reviewing the hard drives they'd recovered, using a solar-powered laptop salvaged from a supply run. "Nothing about these specific threats," she reported. "But there's interesting data on the Walker virus mutation rates. It might help us develop better protective measures." "Focus on that," Rick instructed. "And if you have time, keep exploring the dimensional rift theory. Having an escape route, even a theoretical one, might be valuable." The meeting dispersed, everyone moving to their assigned tasks. Clark joined Daryl in the guard tower, scanning the surrounding forests for any sign of observers or threats. "Rick's right to be cautious," Daryl said after a period of silence. "These savior folks, rumors say they're organized. Military-style leadership. Not your average scavengers. Have you encountered them before?" "Nah. They stick to their territory, mostly. But stories travel." Daryl checked his crossbow methodically. "They protect communities in exchange for supplies. Those who refuse get object lessons in compliance." "Meaning?" "Meaning they kill enough people to make the rest fall in line." Daryl's expression was grim. "World breeds monsters now. Different kind than the dead ones." Clark understood. In this brutal new reality, power vacuums were filled by those willing to do whatever necessary to control resources. The strong preyed on the weak, justified by survival imperatives. There are still good people, he said quietly. Still communities trying to rebuild something better. Daryl snorted. Sure. Until they get hungry enough. Is that what you believe? That humanity is just one meal away from barbarism? Seen it happen. Daryl's voice was flat. Good people do terrible things when pushed far enough. Clark thought of his own world, of the villains he'd faced, but also the heroes who stood against them. The capacity for both existed in every reality. Maybe, he conceded. But they can also choose differently. That's what makes us, human. Daryl gave him a sidelong glance. You ain't human. Part of me is, Clark replied. The part raised by humans, taught their values. I may have been born on Krypton, but Earth shaped who I am. They fell silent again, each lost in thought as darkness settled over the prison. Below, the community continued its evening routines, meals served, children put to bed, watch rotations changing. Life persisting, despite everything. 2 days later, Dr. Chen sought out Clark while he was helping repair the prison's water filtration system. I need to show you something, she said without preamble. In private. Her intensity piqued his curiosity. They moved to her laboratory, where she had set up an improvised analysis station using equipment from both the prison's medical supplies and the research facility. I've been examining the energy readings from the location where you crashed, she explained, pulling up data on her laptop. There's a distinctive quantum signature, like an echo of the dimensional rift that brought you here. Clark studied the screen, though the technical readouts meant little to him. What does that tell us? That the barrier between dimensions was significantly weakened at that specific geographical point. She pulled up a map. If we could generate a similar energy configuration, focused at the same location, theoretically we could reopen the rift. Hope flared in Clark's chest. You're saying there might be a way for me to return home? Theoretically, she emphasized. But it would require specific equipment, massive power sources, and precise calculations. We'd essentially be trying to punch a hole through dimensional walls. What would you need? For starters, components I'm not sure exist anymore, quantum field generators, specialized conductors, computational systems beyond what's available here. She sighed. And even if we had everything, the chance of success would be slim. We might create a rift, but no guarantee it would lead to your specific reality. Clark absorbed this. So it's possible, but improbable. With current resources? Yes. She hesitated. There's something else. The data from the research facility, I found references to experiments with dimensional theory. Nothing practical, just theoretical models, but... But what? The timestamps. They were conducting this research right before the Walker outbreak began. Dr. Chen met his gaze directly. It might be coincidence, but, you think there's a connection, Clark finished for her. Between dimensional experimentation and the apocalypse. I can't prove it, she admitted. But the correlation is suggestive. What if the virus that causes walkers isn't from this dimension at all? What if it crossed over, like you did? The theory was disturbing but not implausible. Clark had encountered cross-dimensional threats in his own world, entities and energies that operated according to different physical laws. If that's true, he said slowly, understanding the dimensional mechanics might be crucial to understanding the virus itself. Exactly. Dr. Chen's eyes lit with scientific passion. This isn't just about finding you a way home anymore. It could be fundamental to addressing the Walker phenomenon. Before they could discuss further, an alarm sounded from the prison yard, 3 short bursts, the signal for approaching vehicles. Clark was outside in an instant, scanning the road beyond their gates. 3 trucks were approaching, moving slowly, deliberately. Armed figures stood in the back, weapons ready but not aimed. Rick and Daryl were already at the fence line, weapons drawn. The prison community moved with practiced efficiency to defensive positions. Who are they? Rick called as Clark joined them. Unknown, Superman replied, focusing his vision. Heavily armed. Disciplined formations. He concentrated harder. The leader, man in the front truck, has a baseball bat wrapped in barbed wire. Daryl tensed. That's him. That's Negan. The truck stopped about 50 yards from the gate. A tall man stepped out of the lead vehicle, the mentioned bat resting casually on his shoulder. Even from this distance, his confident stance communicated authority. Hello, the prison, he called, voice carrying easily across the distance. Permission to approach for a friendly chat. Rick exchanged looks with his core group. Could be a trap. Could be genuine diplomacy, Herschel countered. We should hear what he wants. I'll talk to him, Clark offered. I'm the one they've been gathering information about. And I can't be hurt if it is a trap. Rick considered this, then nodded. Be careful. Anything seems off, you get back here immediately. Clark moved to the gate, which Tyrese opened just enough for him to slip through. He approached the trucks alone, stopping at a neutral midpoint between the two groups. The man with the bat walked forward to meet him, an easy smile on his face that didn't reach his eyes. Up close, Negan was imposing, tall, well-built, with a charismatic presence that commanded attention. So, Negan said, looking Clark up and down. You're the man they call Superman. Gotta say, I expected more spandex. My name is Clark, he replied evenly. What do you want with our community? Negan's smile widened. Direct. I like that. He swung his bat idly. What I want is simple, a mutually beneficial arrangement. You see, the world's a dangerous place now. Communities need protection, structure, leadership. We have those things. Sure you do. For now. Negan gestured toward the prison. But resources run out. Walls fall. That's where I come in. My people provide security, ensure trade routes stay clear of the dead, handle problematic neighbors. For a price, Clark surmised. Nothing's free anymore, Clark. Not even safety. Negan's expression grew serious. Half your supplies, regular tribute. In exchange, you get to live without looking over your shoulder constantly. Clark studied the man carefully. Beneath the charismatic exterior was something calculating, ruthless. Every movement, every word was performance designed to project control. We're not interested, Clark said simply. Our community manages fine on its own. Because of you, Negan countered immediately. The flying man. The bulletproof alien. He grinned at Clark's surprised expression. Oh yes, word travels. But here's the thing about special individuals, their singular points of failure. The threat was clear, despite the conversational tone. Are you threatening me? Clark asked directly. Educating you, Negan corrected. See, I've been gathering information about you, Clark. Fascinating stuff. Especially about a certain green rock that seems to give you trouble. Ice formed in Clark's stomach. They knew about kryptonite. Negan noticed his reaction and smiled wider. There it is. Confirmation. He leaned closer. I have two options for your community. 1, you accept my generous offer of protection, contribute like everyone else, and we all prosper together. 2, I demonstrate exactly how vulnerable your community's guardian angel really is, and then we have this conversation again with whoever's left. Clark maintained his composure despite the implicit threat. You seem very confident. I've done my homework. Negan glanced toward the prison. Have they told you about me? About what happens to groups that refuse my offer? They've mentioned your tactics. Then you know I'm not bluffing. Negan's smile disappeared, replaced by cold calculation. I'm a reasonable man, Clark. I don't want unnecessary bloodshed. But I will have order in my territory. This isn't your territory. Everything is my territory. Negan's voice hardened. The sooner you and Rick Grimes accept that, the fewer people have to die proving the point. Clark felt anger rising, not just at the threats, but at the casual way Negan viewed human life as leverage. In his own world, Superman would have options for dealing with someone like this: law enforcement, imprisonment, justice systems. Here, those structures were gone. I'll convey your message, Clark said finally. But I don't expect the answer to change. Negan nodded, unsurprised. I'll give you 3 days to reconsider. After that. He shrugged eloquently. Well, let's just say I hope you found all those green rock fragments that came through with you. Be a shame if some turned up at an inconvenient moment. The specificity of the threat confirmed Clark's fears. Somehow, Negan had detailed knowledge about kryptonite and its effects. 3 days, Negan repeated, turning back toward his trucks. Over his shoulder, he added, "Oh, and Clark. I look forward to meeting the scientist who came back with you from that research facility. Dr. Chen, isn't it? I hear she has fascinating theories about dimensional travel." The casual mention of Dr. Chen sent a chill through Clark. Negan's intelligence network was more extensive than they'd realized. As the Savior's vehicles pulled away, Clark returned to the prison gates, mind racing with implications. Not only did Negan know about kryptonite, but he was aware of Dr. Chen's research and presence at the prison. They had a spy, or their security had been compromised in ways they hadn't detected. Rick met him at the gate. What did he want? What you'd expect. Half our supplies in exchange for protection. Clark's expression was grim. He knows about kryptonite. About my vulnerability to it. And he knows about Dr. Chen. Rick cursed under his breath. How? Either they've been watching us more closely than we realized, or someone here is feeding them information. Clark glanced around the prison yard, where residents watched nervously. He gave us 3 days to accept his terms. And if we refuse? He implied he has access to kryptonite. That he'd use it to neutralize me, then force compliance by other means. Rick's jaw tightened. We need to call a council meeting. Now. The prison's leadership council gathered in the administrative office: Rick, Daryl, Herschel, Glenn, Carol, and now Clark and Dr. Chen. The mood was tense as Clark relayed the full details of his conversation with Negan. If he knows about the kryptonite, we have to assume he has some, Daryl concluded. Question is how much. And how he knows so much about our operations, Glenn added. The timing of Dr. Chen's arrival, Clark's weakness, these aren't things casual observers would pick up. All eyes turned to Dr. Chen, who met their gazes steadily. I assure you, I have no connection to these saviors. Until today, I'd never heard of them or this Negan person. Could someone have followed you here? Rick asked. From the research facility? I was careful, she replied. Always. It's how I've survived this long. What about before that? Carol pressed. Any connections to groups north of here? None. I worked at the facility until the outbreak, then was trapped in Atlanta for months. When I finally made it back to the center, I've operated independently ever since. Clark believed her. The scientist's heartbeat and micro-expressions showed no signs of deception, just genuine concern and perhaps a trace of fear. I don't think Dr. Chen is the leak, he stated firmly. But someone or something is. Rick paced the small office. We need to assume Negan has kryptonite and knows how to use it against you. That changes our defensive calculations significantly. We could accept his terms, Herschel suggested. Buy time while we prepare alternatives. No, Rick said immediately. Once you start paying tribute to people like that, it never ends. They just take more and more until there's nothing left. Besides, Daryl added, we'd be painting targets on other communities who refuse. Feeding the beast that devours everyone eventually. Dr. Chen, who had been silent, finally spoke. There might be a way to neutralize the kryptonite threat, at least partially. All attention turned to her. Based on my analysis of Clark's cellular structure and the kryptonite samples he provided, I believe I could develop a treatment that would temporarily boost his resistance to the radiation. Not immunity, but enough to maintain some of his abilities even under exposure. How long would that take? Rick asked. With proper equipment? A few days of intensive work. With what we have here? She sighed. Probably longer than the 3 days Negan gave us. Then we need to buy time, Glenn concluded. Appear to negotiate while preparing for conflict. Clark was troubled by the direction of the conversation. There must be a non-violent solution. In my world, we're not in your world, Rick cut him off. Here, people like Negan only understand one language. Then let me try a different dialect, Clark suggested. If I meet with him alone, demonstrate my abilities more fully, make him understand that attacking this community would cost more than he's willing to pay, you'd be walking into a trap, Daryl objected. They're expecting you to come to them. Probably have kryptonite waiting. Not if I choose the meeting place, Clark countered. Somewhere open, public. Make it clear that any treachery would have immediate consequences. A debate ensued, strategies proposed and rejected. Eventually, a compromise emerged. Clark would request a meeting with Negan at a neutral location, but with contingencies in place. Meanwhile, Dr. Chen would accelerate her work on kryptonite resistance, and the prison would prepare for possible assault. One more thing, Rick said as the meeting concluded. We need to identify how Negan is getting his intelligence. Until we do, we operate on need-to-know basis only. No discussions of strategy or capabilities outside this room. Everyone agreed, the gravity of the situation evident in their expressions. As they dispersed, Dr. Chen pulled Clark aside. I need samples of your tissue under active kryptonite exposure. It's the only way to develop an effective countermeasure. Clark nodded grimly. Let's do it now. Time is critical. In Dr. Chen's makeshift laboratory, she prepared equipment while Clark retrieved a small lead box containing the kryptonite fragment he'd kept for study. This will be unpleasant, he warned as she readied a specialized collection device. For both of us, she agreed, checking her protective gloves. Ready? Clark opened the lead box just enough for a green glow to emanate from inside. Immediately, he felt the familiar weakness washing over him, nausea, pain, his powers diminishing rapidly. Dr. Chen worked quickly, taking tissue samples from his arm while monitoring his reaction. The process was clinical but not cold, she showed genuine concern for his discomfort, working as efficiently as possible. That's enough, she said finally. Close it. Clark sealed the box with shaking hands, the kryptonite's effects lingering even after the exposure ended. Dr. Chen helped him to a chair, her professional demeanor momentarily replaced by personal care. Are you all right? She asked, genuine concern in her voice. I will be, he assured her. Solar energy will restore me quickly. She nodded, but her hand remained on his arm slightly longer than necessary. Something had shifted between them, professional curiosity evolving into something more personal. What Negan said about dimensional travel, Clark began, changing the subject. You've been continuing that research? Yes. The data from the facility contained more relevant information than I initially realized. Theoretical models, energy calculations, even preliminary experiment designs. She busied herself with organizing the samples. If I'm right, the dimensional barrier in this reality was already weakened before you came through. Something on this side was pushing against it. The government experiments you mentioned? Possibly. Or something else entirely. She met his gaze. Clark, what if your arrival wasn't random? What if something, or someone, pulled you here specifically? The question was disturbing. Clark had assumed his dimensional displacement was an accident, wrong place, wrong time. But deliberate summoning? That suggested a level of knowledge and power he hadn't considered. Who would have both the means and motive, he wondered aloud. I don't know. But in my experience, coincidences rarely exist in scientific phenomena. Dr. Chen carefully stored his tissue samples. Get some rest. I'll start analysis immediately. Clark left her to her work, making his way to the prison yard where sunlight could accelerate his recovery. As he sat absorbing solar radiation, he observed the community going about its daily routine, people who had come to rely on his protection, perhaps too much. If Negan had kryptonite, if Superman could be neutralized, what then? Had his presence made them stronger, or merely dependent on an advantage that could be taken away? The question troubled him deeply. That night, Clark couldn't sleep. He rarely needed much rest anyway, but tonight his mind was too active. He left his cell and made his way to the prison roof, where he could watch the stars and think. The night sky was different here, same stars, different context. In Metropolis, light pollution obscured all but the brightest celestial bodies. Here, with electricity a memory, the heavens revealed themselves in breathtaking clarity. Couldn't sleep either. Clark turned to find Dar Chen emerging from the roof access door. She carried a tablet computer, its screen casting blue light across her features. I was thinking about home, he admitted. My Earth. She joined him at the railing. Do you miss it? Parts of it. People, mostly. He gestured toward the stars. From up there, worlds don't look so different. It's only when you're on the ground that the contrasts become clear. Dr. Chen studied him with scientific curiosity tinged with something more personal. You're a fascinating paradox, Clark. Physically alien but culturally human. Incredibly powerful yet remarkably gentle. Just products of my upbringing, he said modestly. My adoptive parents taught me that power without compassion becomes tyranny. Wise people. She glanced at her tablet. I've been analyzing your tissue samples. The kryptonite affects your cellular energy processing at a quantum level, essentially creating a cascading failure in solar energy conversion. Can you counteract it? Potentially. I'm developing a treatment that would temporarily shield your cells from full exposure effects. Not immunity, but resistance. She swiped through data displays. It might give you 10, maybe 15 minutes of partial capability under kryptonite exposure. That could make a critical difference. It could also give you a false sense of security, she warned. Concentrated exposure would still incapacitate you, just more slowly. They fell silent, contemplating the stars together. The quiet moment felt almost normal, two people sharing space and thought, the apocalypse momentarily distant. Clark, Dr. Chen said eventually, if we could create a dimensional portal, if you could go home, would you? The question he'd been asking himself since learning it might be possible. I don't know, he answered honestly. My life is there. My purpose. But here. Here you're needed more, she finished for him. Yes. But it's not just that. This world challenges everything I thought I knew about right and wrong, about the balance between idealism and pragmatism. He turned to face her. In my world, I could maintain certain principles because systems existed to support them. Here, those systems are gone. And you're wondering if your principles should adapt accordingly. Clark nodded. Rick, Daryl, the others, they've made choices I would once have considered unconscionable. Yet those choices kept them alive, kept others alive. The trolley problem with zombies, Dr. Chen observed with grim humor. Moral philosophy gets more complicated when the dead walk. Exactly. Clark appreciated her understanding. Negan represents that dilemma perfectly. In my world, someone like him would face justice through legal channels. Here, stopping him likely means killing him, she said directly. And you don't kill. I've always found another way. Until you couldn't. Dr. Chen's expression was sympathetic but realistic. Clark, the rules are different here. The consequences too. Before he could respond, movement caught his attention, a figure moving through the prison yard below, hurrying toward the fence line with furtive purpose. Someone's out after curfew, he observed, focusing his vision. The figure was familiar, one of the newer residents, a man named Thomas who had arrived with the group that included young Emma and her family. He was carrying something small and metallic. He has a radio, Clark realized. And he's heading for the blind spot in our perimeter. Dr. Chen tensed. Your spy, perhaps. Let's find out. Clark lifted her gently, floating them both down to the yard silently. They followed Thomas at a distance, watching as he reached the fence and extracted a hidden communications device from beneath a loose section of soil. Outpost 3, this is eyes inside, they heard him whisper into the radio. The alien met with leadership after Negan's visit. They're planning something, but keeping it tight. The doctor is working on some kind of treatment related to the green rock. Clark had heard enough. He moved forward, faster than human eyes could track, and plucked the radio from Thomas's hand. The man yelped in surprise, spinning to find Superman standing behind him, radio in hand. Who are you reporting to? Clark demanded. Thomas's face drained of color. I don't lie to me, Clark said, voice uncharacteristically hard. I heard you. Eyes inside. You're spying for the saviors. The man's expression crumpled. You don't understand. They have my brother. They said they'd kill him if I didn't help them. Dr. Chen emerged from the shadows. How long have you been feeding them information? Since before we came here, Thomas admitted. We were captured by saviors 2 weeks ago. They kept my brother as insurance, sent the rest of us to infiltrate the prison community. His eyes filled with tears. I didn't have a choice. Clark's anger softened slightly. Who else is involved? The others who came with you? No, just me. The others don't know. They think my brother stayed behind because he was injured. Thomas looked pleadingly at Clark. Please, they'll kill him if I don't report. It was a classic manipulation tactic, use loved ones as leverage to turn potential enemies into assets. Clark had seen similar techniques employed by villains in his world. We need to tell Rick, Dr. Chen said. This changes everything. Clark nodded, but kept his focus on Thomas. Your brother, where is he being held? An outpost about 15 miles north of here. Old gas station converted to a checkpoint. Thomas swallowed hard. What are you going to do to me? That depends on Rick, Clark replied honestly. But cooperating fully would help your case. They escorted Thomas to the administration building, where Rick was summoned despite the late hour. His expression darkened as Clark explained what they'd discovered. God damn it, Rick muttered, rubbing his face tiredly. How much have you told them? Everything I could see, Thomas admitted miserably. Routines, defenses, supply situation. And, about him. He nodded toward Clark. They asked specifically about his abilities, his patterns, when he seemed strongest or weakest. Rick paced the small office. You realize you've endangered everyone here? Children included. I know. Thomas's shoulders slumped. But what would you have done? It was my brother's life. Rick had no answer for that. In this world, such impossible choices had become commonplace. Lock him up, he told Daryl, who had joined them. We'll decide what to do with him in the morning. For now, we need to assume everything about our security has been compromised. As Daryl led Thomas away, Rick turned to Clark and Dr. Chen. This changes our timeline. If they know you're working on a kryptonite countermeasure, they might move before it's ready. I need at least 2 more days, Dr. Chen reported. The process can't be rushed beyond certain parameters. You may not have 2 days, Rick warned. We need to assume Negan will act on the intelligence he has as soon as possible. Clark considered the situation. Thomas mentioned his brother being held at a savior outpost. If I could free him, it might remove the leverage they have. It could also trigger immediate retaliation, Rick countered. And if they're expecting you, if they have kryptonite prepared, I'll be careful, Clark assured him. Reconnaissance first. No engagement unless I'm certain of success. Rick looked unconvinced but nodded reluctantly. Take Daryl with you. His tracking skills might help, and he knows the area better than you do. What about Thomas? Dr. Chen asked. Rick's expression hardened. He stays locked up until we're sure his brother is safe. After that, the council will decide. The unspoken possibility hung in the air. In this world, betrayal often carried the ultimate price. Dawn was breaking as Clark and Daryl prepared for their mission. They would take one of the prison vehicles part of the way, then proceed on foot to avoid detection. Remember, reconnaissance only, Rick reminded them as they prepared to leave. We need information more than action right now. Daryl checked his crossbow with practiced efficiency. Got it. In and out, quiet like. Clark had changed into darker clothing, leaving behind his distinctive blue shirt with its remnants of the Superman emblem. For this mission, stealth mattered more than symbolism. Dr. Chen approached as they were about to depart. Clark, a moment. She led him slightly away from the others. The kryptonite treatment is progressing, but I won't have it ready before you return. If you encounter any green rocks out there, I'll be extremely careful, he promised. More than careful. Her expression was intense, concerned. Preliminary analysis suggests the kryptonite in this dimension may have slightly different properties than what you're familiar with. Something about the quantum resonance is off. Meaning its effects could be more severe or manifest differently than you expect. She pressed a small device into his hand. This is a radiation detector calibrated to kryptonite's specific emission signature. It will warn you before exposure reaches critical levels. Clark pocketed the device. Thank you. Just come back, she said simply. We're not done with our dimensional theory discussions. The mission began smoothly enough. They drove within 5 miles of the coordinates Thomas had provided, then continued on foot through dense forest. Daryl moved with the silent precision of a lifetime hunter, while Clark used his enhanced senses to scan for threats ahead. Outpost should be just beyond that ridge, Daryl whispered, pointing toward a hill covered in pine trees. Want me to scout ahead? Clark focused his vision, peering through the natural barrier. I can see it. Old gas station, reinforced with metal sheeting. 7 people visible. Armed with automatic weapons. Prisoners. Clark scanned more thoroughly. 2 people in what looks like a storage room. 1 injured, consistent with Thomas's brother based on the description. Guards. 1 at the entrance, 2 patrolling the perimeter, the rest inside. Clark frowned, scanning again. Something's not right. They're too alert, too organized for a simple outpost. Daryl tensed. Trap. Maybe. Clark activated Dr. Chen's device. It remained silent, no kryptonite detected in the immediate vicinity. But for whom? They can't know we're coming specifically. Unless Thomas managed to warn them somehow, Daryl suggested. It was possible. The spy could have had a backup communication method they hadn't discovered. Let's move closer, Clark decided. I'll continue scanning for kryptonite or other threats. They approached carefully, using the forest cover to mask their movement. As they drew nearer, Clark's unease grew. The outpost was too well defended for its apparent strategic value, almost as if they were protecting something important, or expecting significant opposition. From their new vantage point, Clark could see inside the main building more clearly. What he observed made his blood run cold. Daryl, he whispered urgently, they have kryptonite. Multiple fragments in lead containers. They're preparing something, looks like weapons, delivery systems. Daryl cursed softly. Definitely a trap then. Not for today maybe, but soon. We need to see more. Understand exactly what they're planning. Clark studied the layout. I can get closer without being seen if I approach from the blind spot behind the building. Too risky, Daryl objected. If they detect you, and they have that green rock ready to deploy. I'll stay out of range, Clark promised. Just close enough to gather better intelligence. Reluctantly, Daryl agreed. 10 minutes. Then we rendezvous back here regardless. Clark nodded and moved silently through the underbrush, circling toward the outpost's rear. The kryptonite detector remained quiet, suggesting the radioactive material was well contained for now. As he reached a position with clear line of sight to the main building, Clark focused all his enhanced senses. Through walls, he observed saviors working on what appeared to be specialized weapons, rifles with ammunition that glowed green at their core. Kryptonite bullets. Designed specifically to kill him. The implications were staggering. These weren't opportunistic scavengers who had stumbled upon kryptonite and recognized its effect on him. This was systematic weapons development, suggesting deep knowledge of his vulnerabilities. Clark shifted position slightly to get a better view of the prisoners. One was indeed injured, matching Thomas's description of his brother. The other. The second prisoner turned, and Clark froze in shock. Yar. Eliza Chen, or someone physically identical to her, was providing medical treatment to the injured man. But that was impossible. Dr. Chen was back at the prison, working on the kryptonite countermeasure. Clark had spoken with her just hours ago. Unless. A terrible possibility formed in his mind. What if the Dr. Chen at the prison wasn't who she claimed to be? What if she was deliberately delaying the countermeasure while feeding information to the saviors? No, that didn't make sense either. He'd been with her when they discovered Thomas's betrayal. She couldn't be working with the saviors if she helped expose their spy. Then who was this identical woman in the savior outpost? Clark scanned more carefully, examining the imprisoned Dr. Chen at a cellular level. The resemblance was perfect, down to identifying marks and subtle features no impersonator could replicate. A twin. Possible, but improbable. Or perhaps something far more disturbing. If dimensional barriers had been weakened, if something had pulled him through to this reality, could others have crossed as well? Could there be two Eliza Chens, one from this world, one from another? The implications were dizzying. A sudden beep from the detector interrupted his thoughts. Kryptonite radiation detected, still distant but registering. Someone inside the building had opened one of the lead containers. Clark retreated immediately, returning to Daryl's position at their rendezvous point. They're developing kryptonite weapons, he reported in a hushed voice. Bullets, specifically. Designed to penetrate even my skin. Shit. Daryl's expression darkened. They really are preparing for war. There's more. Clark hesitated, unsure how to explain what he'd seen. There's a woman being held prisoner who looks exactly like Dr. Chen. Identical in every way I can detect. Daryl stared at him. That's not possible. She's back at the prison. I know. But I'm certain of what I saw. Clark's mind raced with possibilities. We need to get back immediately. Something more complex is happening than we realized. Their return journey was tense and rapid. As they approached the prison, Clark scanned ahead, and immediately sensed something wrong. The gate guards are missing, he reported, shifting into alert mode. And there's unusual movement inside the main building. Daryl raised his crossbow. Saviors? Can't tell from here. Let me get closer. Clark moved ahead, using super speed to approach the prison perimeter unseen. What he found confirmed his worst fears, the gate had been breached, though not violently. Someone had opened it from inside. Inside the yard, armed individuals moved with military precision, saviors, unmistakably. They had control of the main areas, with prison residents gathered under guard in the central yard. And supervising it all was Negan himself, that barbed wire bat resting casually on his shoulder as he spoke with Dr. Chen. The scientist wasn't being held prisoner. She was conversing with Negan as an equal, gesturing toward the administrative building where they had set up her laboratory. Clark's stomach clenched. The woman he'd come to trust, who had been working on a countermeasure to protect him, was collaborating with the enemy. He returned quickly to Daryl's position, relaying what he'd seen. "God damn it," Daryl hissed. "They moved faster than we expected. Must have had more inside help than just Thomas." "Dr. Chen is working with them," Clark said, the betrayal still fresh. "Voluntarily. You sure? Could be under duress." She didn't appear coerced. And it would explain the identical woman at the outpost. They're the same person, from different realities. Daryl looked skeptical. "That's a stretch, even for this crazy world." "Is it?" Clark countered. "I'm here from another dimension. Why not others?" They debated briefly about how to proceed. A frontal assault would put the prison residents at risk, especially if the saviors had kryptonite weapons ready. Stealth seemed the better option: get inside, assess the full situation, then determine the best course of action. "I'll go first," Clark decided. "My abilities give me the best chance of gathering intelligence without being detected. You circle around to the emergency rendezvous point, gather anyone who escaped." Daryl nodded reluctantly. "If you're not back in 30 minutes, I'll assume the worst." "Fair enough." Clark approached the prison carefully, using his various vision powers to map savior positions and identify vulnerabilities. They had established a perimeter, but with gaps a flying man could easily exploit. He entered through the roof access, moving silently through the upper levels until he reached a position overlooking the central area. Rick, Glenn, Carol, and most other prison leaders were being held under guard. Herschel was treating injuries, apparently some had resisted when the saviors arrived. No sign of significant casualties, thankfully. This had been a takeover, not a massacre. Clark focused his hearing, eavesdropping on conversations between savior lieutenants. "Still no sign of the alien," one was saying. "Or Dixon." "They'll return eventually," another replied. "And we'll be ready. The doctor says the weapons are prepared." Speaking of the doctor. The first gestured toward where Dr. Chen was now entering the administrative building with Negan. Clark shifted position, moving to where he could observe this critical conversation. Using his super hearing, he listened as the two entered what had been Dr. Chen's laboratory. "Impressive setup," Negan was saying, examining the equipment. "Especially considering the limited resources." "You've been busy, Doctor." "Necessity breeds innovation," she replied, her tone professional but comfortable. "The countermeasure is progressing as expected. And our special friend remains unaware." "Completely. He believes I'm developing protection against kryptonite, when in fact I'm creating a delivery system for maximum cellular disruption." The betrayal cut deeper than Clark had anticipated. Not just collaboration, but deliberate deception. She had used his trust, his tissue samples, his willingness to help, all to develop weapons against him. Excellent. Negan swung his bat idly. "And the dimensional aspects? Any progress there?" "The readings are consistent with my theory. The barrier between realities is thin here, thinner than anywhere else I've measured. With the right application of energy, we could potentially open a controlled gateway." "To where, exactly?" Dr. Chen's excitement was evident even through her professional demeanor. "To any reality we choose, theoretically. Including ones with technologies, resources, or conditions superior to our own. An escape hatch from the apocalypse," Negan mused. "Tempting. Much more than that," she corrected. "A fresh start." New territories to claim, populations to control, resources to exploit, without walkers or competing factions. Negan laughed. I do like how you think, Doctor. Always seeing the bigger picture. Their conversation confirmed Clark's suspicions and revealed something far more dangerous than he'd anticipated. Not just weapons designed to neutralize him, but plans to breach dimensional barriers intentionally. If his inadvertent arrival had brought kryptonite and knowledge of his weaknesses, what might intentional dimensional tampering unleash? Clark had heard enough. He needed to free Rick and the others, neutralize the savior threat, and confront Dr. Chen about her true agenda. He moved silently through the prison's upper levels, heading toward where Rick and the others were being held. With careful planning, he could free them without alerting the main savior force immediately. As he approached, a familiar nausea washed over him. Kryptonite. Close, and unshielded. Too late, he noticed the small green fragments embedded in the corridor ceiling, deliberately placed to create a radiation field. His strength ebbed rapidly, vision blurring as the kryptonite exposure intensified. Clark staggered, leaning against the wall for support. Right on schedule, came a voice from the shadows. Dr. Chen emerged, holding a lead-lined case. I wondered how long it would take you to return once you discovered our outpost. Clark tried to steady himself, fighting against the kryptonite's debilitating effects. Who are you really? Exactly who I said I was. She approached carefully, staying just beyond his reach. Dr. Eliza Chen, quantum physicist. Just not the one native to this reality. Despite his weakened state, Clark's mind raced to understand. You came through, like I did. Not quite like you, she corrected. My arrival was intentional, calculated. Yours was an unforeseen side effect, a dimensional displacement caused by our initial experiments. The woman at the outpost, my counterpart from this reality. Quite brilliant, but limited by conventional thinking. Dr. Chen smiled thinly. She never considered the possibilities of cross-dimensional travel, even when evidence appeared right in her research data. Clark tried to move away from the kryptonite field, but his legs barely responded. Why? What do you want? Originally. Escape. Her expression hardened. My Earth was dying, not from walkers, but from resource depletion, climate collapse, war. Dimensional travel offered the only viable solution for humanity's continuation. And now? Now I see broader opportunities. She gestured around them. This world is a blank slate. Devastated, yes, but ripe for reconstitution under proper leadership. Negan understands this. With his force of will and my scientific knowledge, we can build something better from the ashes. By controlling dimensional gateways. Clark's vision was darkening at the edges, the kryptonite exposure reaching critical levels. Precisely. Imagine it, selective migration, resource extraction from multiple realities, technological importation. Her eyes gleamed with conviction. The apocalypse wasn't an ending, Clark. It was an opportunity to restart civilization with better parameters. And I'm, in your way. Not necessarily. She seemed genuinely regretful. Your abilities could be tremendously useful in building this new world. Your strength, your vision powers, properly directed, they could accelerate our progress dramatically. Under Negan's control, Clark surmised bitterly. Under proper guidance, she corrected. The man understands how to maintain order in chaos. A necessary quality for rebuilding. Clark's legs finally gave way. He slid down the wall, the kryptonite's effects overwhelming his system. You're making a terrible mistake. That's what people always say about visionaries. Dr. Chen opened her case and removed a syringe filled with glowing green liquid. This won't kill you. It's a kryptonite suspension designed to render you manageable while we discuss your potential role in our new world order. As she approached with the syringe, Clark summoned his remaining strength for one desperate move. He focused on the ceiling above, where the kryptonite fragments had been embedded. With the last of his energy, he activated his heat vision. The beam was weak, flickering, but sufficient. The ceiling material heated rapidly, then cracked. Debris fell, forcing Dr. Chen to jump back, dropping the syringe in the process. Clark lunged toward the lead case she had set aside, his movements sluggish but determined. If he could reach it, use it to shield himself from the kryptonite radiation. Dar. Chen recovered quickly, realizing his intent. She moved to intercept him, but Clark had just enough strength remaining to push her aside, gently, even now unwilling to cause serious harm. His fingers closed around the lead case. With trembling hands, he opened it and positioned it to block the radiation from the ceiling fragments. The effect wasn't immediate, but the lead shielding provided enough protection for his system to begin recovery. Dar. Chen watched with scientific fascination as color returned to his face. Remarkable resilience, she noted. Your cellular regeneration rate exceeds my calculations. You don't have to do this, Clark managed, strength slowly returning. We could work together. Find better solutions. I've considered all available solutions, she replied coolly. This is the optimal path forward. Before their conversation could continue, an explosion rocked the prison's main gate. Gunfire erupted from multiple directions, followed by shouting and the distinctive moans of walkers. Dr. Chen's head whipped toward the sound. What? Clark took advantage of her distraction to lunge forward, restraining her with his partially recovered strength. Sounds like not everyone agrees with your optimal path. The prison had erupted into chaos. From what Clark could determine with his still recovering senses, Daryl had returned with reinforcements, possibly other communities that had suffered under Negan's rule. The saviors were responding with military precision, but they were now fighting on two fronts, external attackers and prison residents seizing the opportunity to resist. This changes nothing, Dr. Chen insisted as Clark bound her wrists with material torn from his own shirt. Negan's forces will prevail. They're better armed, better organized. Maybe, Clark acknowledged. But they're fighting against people defending their home, their families. That motivation can overcome tactical disadvantages. He secured Dr. Chen to a pipe, ensuring she couldn't interfere but wasn't in immediate danger from the fighting. With the kryptonite partially shielded, his powers were returning, not full strength, but enough to make a difference. The kryptonite weapons they've developed, he said before leaving. Where are they? Dr. Chen laughed bitterly. Everywhere by now. Did you think we'd centralize such valuable assets? Every savior has at least one kryptonite-enhanced weapon. The news was concerning but not unexpected. Clark would need to be cautious, strategic in his intervention. When this is over, he told her, we're going to have a longer conversation about dimensional ethics and responsibility. Looking forward to it, she replied with surprising equanimity. Clark made his way toward the central conflict, moving carefully to avoid kryptonite exposure. The prison yard had become a battlefield, saviors using vehicles and barriers for cover while attacking forces pressured them from the perimeter. Rick and the other prison leaders had freed themselves in the chaos, organizing residents into a defensive formation around the vulnerable, children, elderly, injured. Superman assessed the situation quickly. His primary goal was to minimize casualties on all sides while neutralizing the savior threat. Despite everything, he remained committed to his core principle, preservation of life whenever possible. He spotted Negan directing his forces from a partially protected position near the administrative building. The man was calm amid chaos, issuing orders with the confidence of someone accustomed to violence. Clark moved toward him, using super-speed bursts when safe, conventional movement when kryptonite weapons were nearby. He disabled saviors non-lethally as he went, bending gun barrels, removing weapons, incapacitating with precisely calculated force. Some carried kryptonite-enhanced weapons, forcing him to adjust tactics, using environment and distance to compensate for his vulnerability. As he approached Negan's position, a familiar figure intercepted him, Daryl, crossbow in hand, face streaked with blood and grime. "'Bout time you joined the party," the hunter growled. "Got half of Alexandria and Hilltop here. Communities Negan's been terrorizing for months." "Rick? The others?" "Holding their own. Prison folk are tougher than they look." Clark nodded. "I'm going for Negan. End this before more people die." Daryl's expression darkened. "Be careful. Man's got something special planned for you." Heard his lieutenants talking. "I know about the kryptonite weapons. Not just weapons. Something bigger." Daryl checked his crossbow. "I'll cover your approach." They moved together toward Negan's position, Clark using his returning powers to clear obstacles and protect Daryl from crossfire. The battle was reaching a crescendo, saviors beginning to falter as coordinated resistance from multiple communities overwhelmed their advantages. Negan observed the turning tide with calculating eyes. When he spotted Superman approaching, a slow smile spread across his face, not fear, but anticipation. "The man himself," he called over the gunfire. "Right on cue." Clark approached cautiously, alert for kryptonite. "Call your people off, Negan. This doesn't need to continue." "Oh, but it does." Negan's smile widened. "See, this was always the plan. Draw you out, test your capabilities, understand your limits." He gestured toward the battlefield. "All this? Just elaborate staging. For what?" "For the main event, of course." Negan raised a small device, a remote trigger of some kind. Dr. Chen wasn't just developing weapons. She was building something special. Something game-changing. Before Clark could react, Negan pressed the button. Nothing immediately happened, no explosion, no visible effect. Then Clark felt it, a wave of energy unlike anything he'd experienced, even during his dimensional transit. The air seemed to ripple, reality itself flexing around them. "What have you done?" he demanded, a sense of dread building. Negan's smile never faltered. "Opened the door, Superman. Just a little. Just enough." In the center of the prison yard, reality tore open, a swirling vortex of energy, a dimensional rift made manifest. The battle paused as all eyes turned toward the impossible phenomenon. "Courtesy of Dr. Chen's research and your tissue samples," Negan explained conversationally. "Turns out Kryptonian cells have unique properties when it comes to dimensional resonance." "Who knew?" The rift pulsed, expanding slowly. Through it, Clark glimpsed something, another world, another reality. Not his own, but somewhere else entirely. And emerging from that rift, shapes began to form, humanoid but wrong somehow, distorted versions of people. Their movements were jerky yet purposeful, their forms semi-translucent. "Interdimensional walkers," Negan announced with perverse pride. Dr. Chen theorized that the walker virus might manifest differently across realities. Some deadlier, some with unique properties. He gestured toward the emerging entities. "These beauties, for instance, can pass through solid matter. Imagine what that does to your defensive strategies." Horror washed over Clark as he understood the full scope of Negan's plan. Not just control of this world, but importation of threats from others, specialized weapons against which conventional defenses would be useless. "You can't control this," Clark warned, already moving toward the rift. "Dimensional breaches are unpredictable, dangerous beyond your understanding." "That's why I have Dr. Chen," Negan replied confidently. "She understands the risks. Calculated them beautifully." Clark doubted that. Even in his world, with advanced Kryptonian knowledge, dimensional boundaries were treated with extreme caution. The arrogance of thinking such forces could be harnessed as weapons was staggering. The interdimensional walkers were fully emerging now, dozens of them, moving toward the nearest living humans with familiar hunger but unfamiliar capabilities. As Negan had boasted, they passed partially through solid objects, walls, vehicles, barriers that would normally provide protection. The battle transformed instantly from conventional conflict to desperate survival. Both saviors and community defenders found themselves facing a threat neither was prepared for. Clark had to close the rift. Nothing else mattered if these entities continued pouring through. He turned to Daryl. "Find Dr. Chen. She'll know how to shut this down." "Where is she?" "East corridor, upper level. I left her restrained." Daryl nodded and took off, leaving Clark to confront the immediate crisis. The interdimensional walkers were spreading throughout the prison, their semi-corporeal nature making them nearly impossible to combat conventionally. Clark tested his recovered powers against one. Heat vision passed through it with minimal effect, physical strikes connected but with reduced impact. These weren't simply walkers, they were partially phase-shifted, existing simultaneously in multiple dimensional states. But they weren't invulnerable. When Clark concentrated his heat vision at maximum intensity, the walker's form destabilized, then dissipated entirely, not destroyed, perhaps, but forced back into its native dimensional frequency. It was a technique he could replicate, but slowly, individually, too inefficient against the numbers emerging. The rift continued pulsing, expanding incrementally with each wave of energy. If it reached critical mass, Clark didn't want to contemplate the consequences. Dimensional collapse, reality fractures spreading outward, entire sections of this world potentially shifting into others or ceasing to exist entirely. He had to reach the source, the device Dr. Chen had built to generate the rift. Negan's remote had activated it, but the primary mechanism would be elsewhere, likely in her laboratory. As he moved toward the administrative building, Clark encountered Rick leading a group of defenders in a fighting retreat. "What the hell are these things?" Rick demanded, his gun proving ineffective against the approaching interdimensional walkers. "Something that shouldn't be here," Clark replied grimly. "I'm going to shut it down. Get everyone as far from the rift as possible." "The children are in the secure cell block," Rick reported. "If these things can walk through walls, I'll handle it," Clark promised. "Just keep your people together and away from the center." He continued toward the laboratory, dispatching interdimensional walkers when they directly threatened survivors. The prison had become a nightmare landscape, reality itself seeming to waver where the rift's influence was strongest. In Dr. Chen's laboratory, Clark found what he was looking for, an elaborate device constructed from prison electronics, salvaged equipment, and components that seemed impossibly advanced for this world. At its center, a container of glowing material that was neither kryptonite nor any substance he recognized. The device hummed with energy, controls blinking in patterns that suggested imminent overload. Clark hesitated, uncertain how to safely deactivate something so far beyond conventional technology. Destroying it might collapse the rift instantly, or cause it to expand catastrophically. "Don't touch it." Dr. Chen stood in the doorway, Daryl behind her with crossbow raised. She had freed herself somehow, or been released. "Tell me how to shut it down," Clark demanded. "I can't," she replied, surprising him with apparent honesty. "The process has progressed beyond the containment parameters. The dimensional barrier is becoming self-sustaining. There must be a way to reverse it." Dr. Chen's scientific detachment cracked slightly, genuine concern showing through. This wasn't supposed to happen. The rift was designed for controlled access, targeted extraction. Negan activated it prematurely. "Because he never intended to follow your careful protocols," Clark said bitterly. "He saw a weapon and used it immediately." She didn't deny this. The only way to collapse the rift now would be to create a counter-resonance wave, essentially a dimensional push to balance the pull that's occurring. "How?" Dr. Chen's eyes fixed on him. "Your cellular structure. It's already attuned to cross-dimensional frequencies from your own transit. If you entered the rift directly, carrying a destabilizing agent." "What kind of agent?" "The kryptonite," she said simply. "Its radiation signature is foreign to this dimension already. Combined with your Kryptonian physiology, it could create sufficient counter-resonance to collapse the breach." Clark understood immediately. But I'd be inside when it collapsed. Trapped between dimensions, or pulled into another reality entirely. Yes. Darrow lowered his crossbow slightly. There's gotta be another way. There isn't, Dr. Chen insisted. Not with the equipment available and the time constraints we're facing. The rift is expanding exponentially now. Within hours, it could destabilize reality for miles in every direction. Clark considered the options. If she was telling the truth, and his senses suggested she was, at least about this, then the choice was clear. His life weighed against potentially thousands, against the very fabric of this reality. No choice at all, really. I'll do it, he said quietly. But I need assurance that once the rift is closed, the saviors will stand down. No retaliation against the prison or other communities. Dr. Chen's expression was unreadable. I can't speak for Negan. Then we'll find him, Darrow said grimly. Make sure he understands the terms. They located Negan near the prison entrance, preparing to evacuate with his remaining forces. The tide had turned decisively against the saviors, their advantage neutralized by the chaotic interdimensional threat. Negan's confidence had diminished but not disappeared entirely. When confronted with the consequences of his actions, he maintained his characteristic bravado. So the experiment got a little out of hand, he acknowledged, watching as one of his men was dragged screaming into the rift by several interdimensional entities. Teething problems with new technology. Happens. This isn't a malfunction, Clark said coldly. It's dimensional collapse. Left unchecked, it will consume everything, your territory included. That penetrated Negan's composure slightly. Doc said she could control it. She was wrong. Or you didn't follow her protocols. Either way, there's only one solution now. Clark explained the plan, his self-sacrifice to close the rift. The terms were simple. In exchange for saving everyone, Negan would withdraw permanently from the prison territory and cease hostilities against all communities. Negan studied him with newfound respect. You'd really do that? Step into oblivion to save these people? Without hesitation. Damn. Negan shook his head slowly. In another life, you'd have made one hell of a savior. I save people, Clark replied. Not through fear or control, but by standing beside them against threats they can't face alone. Something like genuine regret crossed Negan's face. Shame to lose such a useful asset. Do we have an agreement? Clark pressed. Negan considered the chaos surrounding them, calculating options and outcomes as he always did. Finally, he nodded. Deal. I withdraw my forces, leave these communities in peace. In exchange, you close the rift and save us all from whatever the hell is coming through it. It wasn't trust, Clark knew better than to truly trust someone like Negan. But it was pragmatic self-interest, which was often more reliable. The preparations were made quickly. Dr. Chen provided a lead container with a kryptonite sample precisely calibrated to create maximum dimensional interference when combined with Clark's unique cellular structure. The effects should be immediate, she explained, avoiding his eyes. The rift will collapse inward, sealing completely. And I'll be on the other side, Clark confirmed. Most likely. Though there's a small probability you'll be caught between dimensions instead. She finally met his gaze. I'm sorry it came to this. My research was meant to save people, not endanger them. By opening doors to other realities. By providing escape from this one. Her voice softened. Not everyone is as strong as your prison friends, Clark. Most survivors exist in perpetual terror, one mistake away from death. I wanted to offer them something better. At any cost. Science always has costs, she replied. The question is whether the benefits justify them. Clark had no answer for that. In his world, similar ethical debates raged around every technological advancement. The apocalypse hadn't changed the fundamental questions, just the stakes. As he prepared to approach the rift, Rick and the others gathered to say goodbye. The prison community had been evacuated to safe distance, but its leaders remained to witness what might be Superman's final act in their world. "You don't have to do this," Rick said, though his tone suggested he knew the protest was futile. "We could find another way." "There isn't one," Clark replied gently. "And even if there were, this might be for the best. My presence here has changed the balance of power, created new threats specifically targeting me. Perhaps without Superman, this world can find its own equilibrium again." Daryl approached, awkward but sincere. "Never thought I'd say this, but, you're good people, Superman. Whatever you are, wherever you're from." High praise from Daryl Dixon, Clark smiled. "I'll treasure it." Others said their goodbyes, Glenn, Maggie, Carol, Herschel. Even children like Carl and young Sam, rescued from the tombs what seemed like a lifetime ago. "Will you go back to your world?" Carl asked, hope in his voice. "Where things are better?" "I don't know," Clark answered honestly. "But whatever happens, I won't forget any of you." The rift had grown larger during these preparations, its edges now rippling with unstable energy. More interdimensional walkers continued emerging, though Rick's people and even Negan's remaining forces were holding them at bay with techniques adapted from Clark's earlier successes. Dr. Chen approached one last time, handing him the lead container. "When you reach the center of the rift, open this. The reaction should be immediate." Clark nodded. "If this works, and the prison is safe, what happens to you?" "Justice, I imagine." She glanced toward Rick and the others. "These people have every reason to hold me accountable." "And your counterpart?" "The Dr. Chen from this reality. Already freed by Daryl's people during the attack on the outpost." A hint of a smile touched her lips. "Perhaps she'll continue my research." More responsibly, one hopes. It was time. Clark took the container and walked toward the rift, feeling its energy pulling at him even from a distance. The interdimensional walkers seemed to sense his purpose, converging to block his path. Clark used his recovered powers to clear a route, heat vision, super speed, strength all deployed in careful measure. As he neared the rift, reality itself seemed to waver around him, colors shifting, physics behaving erratically. At the threshold, he paused for one last look at the world he'd come to care for deeply. Despite its horrors, despite the walking dead and the human monsters who rose in their wake, this earth had shown him something profound about resilience, about the human spirit's refusal to surrender even when all seemed lost. Whatever dimension awaited him, his home, another earth, or something between, he would carry that lesson with him. "Goodbye," he said simply, then stepped into the swirling vortex. Inside the rift, existence fragmented. Clark experienced multiple realities simultaneously, glimpses of worlds where the Walker apocalypse had never happened, worlds where it had progressed differently, worlds unrecognizable by human standards. At the center of this dimensional nexus, he opened the lead container. Kryptonite radiation flooded outward, interacting with his Kryptonian cells as Dr. Chen had predicted. The combination created a cascading reaction, reality folding inward around him. The rift began to collapse, dimensions separating, walls between realities reforming. Clark felt himself being pulled in multiple directions simultaneously, his very atoms resonating with dimensional frequencies beyond comprehension. As consciousness faded, one thought remained clear: he had fulfilled his purpose. Protected those who needed protection. Given hope where there was none. Whatever came next, that would be enough. The rift closed with a silent implosion, reality snapping back into place like a rubber band released from tension. Where the dimensional tear had been, only empty air remained. Superman was gone. In the prison yard, survivors gathered slowly, warily. The interdimensional walkers had vanished with the rift's collapse, leaving conventional threats that seemed almost manageable by comparison. Rick approached Negan, who stood watching the space where the rift had been with uncharacteristic solemnity. "We had a deal," Rick reminded him. "You and your people leave. Permanently. Negan nodded, surprisingly compliant. A deal's a deal. Your flying friend upheld his end spectacularly. He turned to his remaining forces. Pack it up. We're out. As the saviors withdrew, Dr. Chen was taken into custody. The prison community began the process of recovery, assessing damage, treating injuries, restoring what had been broken. Life continuing, as it always did in this world. Persisting despite everything. That evening, as survivors gathered in the yard for a memorial of sorts, a strange energy briefly flickered where the rift had been, not reopening, but a momentary thinning of the dimensional barrier. For just a second, those watching thought they glimpsed something on the other side, a figure in blue and red, flying through a city of gleaming towers under a yellow sun. Then it was gone, the barrier restored, the world separated once more. But the memory remained, of a man from beyond their reality who had shown them that even in their darkest hour, heroes could still exist. That principles could be maintained, that sacrifice for others still mattered, that hope remained possible even in a world overrun by death. Superman had crashed into the Walking Dead world and, for a brief time, reminded them what it meant to be truly alive. Chapter 4, New World Order. The sun beat down mercilessly as Superman lifted another massive concrete slab, clearing debris from what remained of Luthor's facility. 3 days had passed since the explosive confrontation that left the research compound in ruins. Clark's muscles barely strained under the weight, his powers had stabilized since getting away from the concentrated kryptonite Luthor had stockpiled. Still can't get used to seeing that, Rick said, approaching with a canteen of water. His beard was thicker now, eyes perpetually narrowed against the harsh realities of their world. Clark set the slab down with a controlled thud. Found something interesting under all this. He brushed dust from his tattered blue shirt, the emblem mostly torn away during his captivity. Luthor's research wasn't completely insane. There's data here suggesting he isolated something in my cells that resists the infection. Rick's face remained impassive. But not a cure. No. Not yet. Clark wiped sweat from his forehead, something he rarely experienced before coming to this world. But Dr. Chen thinks, we got company, Daryl's gruff voice called from his lookout position. He slid down from the rubble, crossbow ready. Vehicles approaching from the east. At least 4. Superman focused his hearing, then his vision, peering through miles of forest. 6 vehicles. Heavily armed. Saviors. Rick's hand moved instinctively to his Colt. Negan. They've been tracking us since the battle, Daryl growled. Probably figured we'd come back to salvage what's left. Superman turned to Dr. Chen, who was carefully packing laboratory equipment into a retrofitted ambulance. Her dark hair was pulled back in a practical ponytail, face smudged with dirt but still striking. She'd become essential to their group in just days, not just for her scientific knowledge, but for the calming effect she had on the strange visitor from another world. Eliza, how much more time do you need? Clark asked. She glanced at the half-loaded vehicle. 20 minutes minimum. This equipment is delicate. Rick shook his head. We don't have 20 minutes. You'll have them, Clark said firmly. He turned to Rick. Get everyone ready to move out. I'll buy you time. Daryl stepped forward. You ain't facing them alone, Superboy. The nickname had started as mockery but evolved into something almost respectful. Clark smiled slightly. I appreciate the offer, but, this ain't an offer, Daryl interrupted. This is how it's gonna be. You go high, I go low. Rick nodded. We work together. That's how we survive now. Superman looked between the two men. In the weeks since his arrival, he'd learned that survival in this world required more than strength, it required family. These people had become his, as unexpected as that was. Okay. Daryl, you circle west through those trees. Rick, take half our people and set up on that ridge. If things go sideways, you'll have high ground advantage. Rick nodded, approving of the tactical thinking Clark had developed since arriving. Superman wasn't just muscle, he learned fast. And what are you gonna do? Rick asked. Clark's eyes flashed with something between determination and resignation. I'm going to try talking first. Daryl snorted. Talking. To Negan. I have to try. Every time. Clark's voice hardened. But I'll be ready when words fail. Superman didn't hide his approach. He walked directly down the center of the overgrown access road, purposefully kicking up dust with each step. The convoy of vehicles slowed, then stopped. Through the windshield of the lead truck, he could see the man himself, Negan, grinning widely with Lucille resting casually on his shoulder. The truck doors opened, and Negan stepped out with 4 armed guards. His leather jacket gleamed in the sunlight despite the apocalypse-worn world around him. Well. If it isn't the man in tights himself. Negan's voice boomed across the distance between them. Though I see you're dressing down these days. Casual Friday in Metropolis. Clark stopped 30 feet away. Close enough for conversation, far enough to react if things turn violent. He'd been learning to balance idealism with pragmatism. We don't need to do this, Negan. Do what, exactly? Have a friendly chat between neighbors. Because that's all this is. Negan's smile never reached his eyes. Just checking in on what you folks might have salvaged from this fascinating place. You've lost a lot of men already, Clark said evenly. Whatever you're planning, it's not worth more bloodshed. Negan laughed, a sound devoid of humor. See, that's where you're wrong, Cape Man. Everything has a cost. And sometimes, that cost is paid in blood. He swung Lucille casually. But today, I'm just here to offer a proposition. Clark crossed his arms, heat vision ready behind his eyes but not visible. I'm listening. Join me. Negan spread his arms wide. Simple as that. You, me, Lucille here, we could bring actual order to this shitshow of a world. No more scrambling for scraps. No more huddling behind walls waiting for the dead to break through. Not interested. I haven't even told you what I'm offering in return. Negan stepped closer. Your pretty scientist friend. The one who might actually know how to get you home. I'll make sure she has everything she needs. A full lab. Protection. Assistance. Clark's jaw tightened. And in exchange, I become your weapon. I prefer, enforcer of peace. Sounds more noble, doesn't it? Negan grinned. Something a Boy Scout like you could get behind. You don't want peace. You want control. In this world, they're the same damn thing. Negan's voice rose, then he controlled it, smoothing his tone. Look around you, Superman. The old rules. They're gone. All those bright lines between right and wrong. Smudged to hell by reality. Clark heard rustling in the tree line, Daryl moving into position. Good. I know exactly where my lines are, Superman said quietly. And I know you crossed them when you butchered those people from Hilltop. Negan's face darkened. That was a message. Messages need to be clear in this world. So does this one, leave. Don't come back. Find a way to coexist with the other communities. Negan laughed again, this time with genuine amusement. God, listen to yourself. Still talking like there's a United Nations or something. He shook his head. Fine. Have it your way. He raised his hand, and snipers appeared on the ridge behind him. Last chance, Superman. The thing about being a god among men. Eventually, men figure out how to kill gods. Negan nodded toward one of his lieutenants, who opened a lead box. The familiar green glow of kryptonite emerged, and Clark felt the immediate wave of nausea. Not as strong as Luther's concentrated samples, but enough. Didn't think we knew about your kryptonite problem, did you? Negan smirked. Luther wasn't as careful with his research as he thought. My men found some interesting notes. Clark staggered slightly but remained standing. His vision blurred at the edges. This was bad. A crossbow bolt suddenly struck the lieutenant holding the kryptonite box, sending it clattering to the ground. The box closed, offering momentary relief. Gunfire erupted from the ridge where Rick had positioned their people. Negan's men scrambled for cover. Clark used the distraction to surge forward, fighting through the lingering kryptonite weakness. He grabbed Negan and lifted him off the ground. Call them off, he demanded. Negan, feet dangling, just laughed. You won't kill me. You can't. It's not in your programming, alien boy. Clark tightened his grip. This world is changing me. Fear flashed across Negan's face for the first time, but he quickly masked it. You kill me, my people will rain hell down on your friends. Every single one. Starting with the doctor. A gunshot rang out, striking Superman in the shoulder. The bullet didn't penetrate his skin, but it carried a small kryptonite shard that burned on contact. He winced, grip loosening enough for Negan to break free and dive for cover. The forest erupted with gunfire. Clark spotted Dr. Chen making a run for the ambulance, exposed in the open. Two of Negan's men took aim at her. Time slowed in Clark's perception. Despite the kryptonite burning in his shoulder, he launched himself forward, blurring across the battlefield. He reached Eliza just as bullets cut through the space where she'd been standing, sweeping her into his arms and behind the cover of a concrete slab. Are you okay? He asked, eyes scanning her for injuries. I'm fine, she said breathlessly. But you're not. She pointed to his shoulder, where green veins spread outward from the kryptonite entry point. It'll pass, he grimaced. We need to get everyone out of here. Daryl appeared beside them, face streaked with blood from a minor graze. Trucks loaded. Rick's holding the ridge, but we're outnumbered. Superman nodded. Get Dr. Chen to the truck. I'll create a diversion. Clark, no, Eliza protested. The kryptonite, I'm fine, he insisted, though they could all see he wasn't. Daryl grabbed Clark's arm. Don't be stupid. We need you alive, not playing hero. I'm not playing anything, Clark said, pulling away. He turned to Eliza. The research, did you get it all? She nodded. Everything essential. Then nothing else here matters. He looked at Daryl. On my signal, get everyone moving toward the prison. Don't stop for anything. Before either could protest further, Superman launched himself skyward. The effort cost him, each foot of altitude feeling like climbing a mountain with the kryptonite still poisoning his system. But he pushed through the pain, reaching a height where he could see the entire battlefield. Negan's forces had established firing positions around the facility ruins. Rick's people were pinned down, returning fire but clearly in trouble. Clark spotted Rick himself behind an overturned truck, gun raised but unable to move. Superman took a deep breath, focusing his heat vision. He didn't aim for Negan's men, instead, he targeted the fuel tanks of their vehicles, one after another. The explosions rocked the battlefield, creating chaos and cover. G.O., he shouted, though he knew only Daryl would hear him through the mayhem. Sure enough, the prison group began to move, pulling back in coordinated retreat while Negan's forces scrambled to respond to their burning vehicles. Superman dove toward Rick's position, landing hard enough to crack the asphalt. Everyone's moving out, he told Rick. Time to go. Rick fired 2 more shots before turning to him. You don't look so good. I've been better. Clark managed a tight smile. Kryptonite bullet. It'll work its way out eventually. Rick's eyes narrowed. Can you make it back? I'll manage. Clark scanned the area. There's a walker herd coming from the northeast, drawn by the explosions. That might work in our favor, keep Negan's people busy. Rick nodded grimly. Then let's not be here when they arrive. As they retreated, Superman spotted Negan watching from behind a burned-out truck, that unsettling smile still on his face. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The prison courtyard was eerily quiet that evening. Most of the group had retreated to their cells to recover from the day's battle, but Superman couldn't rest. The kryptonite fragment had worked its way out of his shoulder, leaving a small, weeping wound that was healing far slower than usual. He sat on the guard tower, watching the sun set over the walker-filled fields beyond their fences. The prison had seemed like such a dismal place when he first arrived, now it felt like a sanctuary. Footsteps on the metal stairs announced Dr. Chen's arrival before she appeared. She carried a small first aid kit and 2 bottles of water. "Thought you might need this," she said, sitting beside him and opening the kit. "I'm fine," he said automatically. She rolled her eyes. "That line might work on Rick, but I'm not buying it." She gestured to his shoulder. "Let me see." He complied, allowing her to examine the wound. Her touch was gentle but clinical. "The good news is the kryptonite is gone," she said. "The bad news is it left traces in your tissue. It'll heal, but slowly." "How slowly?" "Hard to say. Your physiology is unique." She began cleaning the wound. "But I'd estimate a few days rather than your usual few minutes." Clark nodded, wincing slightly as she applied antiseptic. "Did you save the data you needed from Luthor's lab?" "Most of it." She worked methodically as she spoke. "His research was disturbing but brilliant. He had theories about your cellular structure that I never would have considered." "Theories about a cure?" Eliza hesitated. "Maybe. Not directly. But your cells demonstrate complete immunity to the Walker virus. More than immunity, they actively destroy the pathogen on contact. Could that lead to a vaccine? A treatment? Potentially. But we're missing equipment, other samples." She secured a bandage over his wound. "And extracting enough material would be painful," he supplied. "Dangerous," she corrected. "For you." Clark looked out at the darkening landscape. "If it meant saving this world, don't," she cut him off. "Don't go there yet. We need more research." She closed the first aid kit with a snap. "Besides, we still have our other project to consider." "The other project, finding a way to recreate the dimensional rift that brought him here." "A way home." "Have you made any progress with the quantum readings?" he asked. Eliza sighed. "Some. The energy signature from your arrival point is distinctive. With Luthor's equipment, I might be able to generate a similar field, but..." She trailed off. "But what?" "It would be one way, Clark. And I can't guarantee where, or when, you'd end up." The implications hung between them. Even if they could open a way home, it might not lead to his Earth or his time. He could end up anywhere in the multiverse. "And you'd be risking your life," she added quietly. Clark was silent for a long moment. "When I first got here, all I wanted was to find a way home. To get back to my world, my life. And now?" He turned to look at her, really look at her. In weeks, she'd become someone important to him, they all had. Rick, Daryl, Glenn, Maggie, little Judith. "Now I'm not sure where I belong." He reached out, tentatively touching her hand. "This world needs help more than mine ever did." Eliza's fingers intertwined with his. "We've managed to survive this long without a Superman." "Barely," he said. "And at what cost? The things people have had to do, to become." He shook his head. "If I can help them keep their humanity while they rebuild something better, isn't that worth staying for?" She studied him. "That's not a decision you need to make tonight." A commotion at the prison gates interrupted them. Daryl and Michonne were returning from patrol, but they weren't alone. A battered school bus followed them, packed with people. Clark stood, vision focusing on the newcomers. Survivors from Woodbury. Looks like mostly elderly and children. Woodbury? Eliza asked. The governor's community. What's left of it, Clark confirmed, already moving toward the stairs. Something must have happened. They hurried down to the courtyard, where Rick was already organizing people to open the gates. The bus rumbled inside, and exhausted survivors began filing out, some clutching meager possessions, others helping the elderly down the steps. A woman Clark recognized as Andrea, once part of Rick's group, approached them. The governor's gone completely insane, she explained without preamble. After your group escaped execution, he turned on his own people. Started killing anyone he suspected of being disloyal. Her eyes fixed on Superman. Word is he's obsessed with capturing you now. Says you're the key to controlling everything. Clark felt a chill that had nothing to do with kryptonite. These people need food, water, medical attention. Rick nodded. We'll make room. Somehow. As they worked to settle the newcomers, Eliza pulled Clark aside. This is getting worse. First Negan, now the governor, they're all coming for you. I know. You've become a symbol, Clark. Of hope for some, power for others. He looked around at the frightened survivors, at Rick's exhausted but determined face as he organized sleeping arrangements, at Daryl's standing guard with unwavering vigilance. Maybe that's not such a bad thing, he said finally. A symbol can unite people. Eliza frowned. It can also make you a target. I've always been a target. Clark smiled grimly. But now, I have something worth fighting for here. A child's cry pierced the night, not fear, but pain. Clark's hearing pinpointed it instantly. One of the Woodbury children, a boy about 7, clutching his arm where a crude bandage was soaked through with blood. Clark moved through the crowd, kneeling beside the boy. Hey there. I'm Clark. What's your name? The boy looked up with wide eyes. Jamie. Jamie. That's a good name. Clark gestured to the arm. Mind if I take a look? The boy nodded hesitantly. His mother, standing nearby, gave permission with a tired nod. Clark gently unwrapped the bandage. The wound beneath was inflamed, infected, and in the center, unmistakable teeth marks. A bite. Clark's heart sank. He looked up at the mother, whose eyes filled with tears. It happened 2 days ago, she whispered. He's fighting it. Longer than anyone I've seen. Clark glanced at Eliza, who had followed him. Her expression confirmed what he already knew, no one survived a bite this long. The boy should have turned already. Has he had a fever? Clark asked quietly. It comes and goes, the mother said. But he's still, himself. Clark closed his eyes briefly, focusing his vision to examine the wound at a cellular level. What he saw made him catch his breath. Eliza, he said urgently. Look at this. She knelt beside him, and he described what he was seeing, how the Walker virus was present but contained, how the boy's immune system was fighting it differently than any case they'd encountered. He's resistant, Eliza whispered. Not immune, but resistant. The mother clutched her son tighter. What does that mean? Can you help him? Clark looked at the frightened boy, then at Eliza. A decision crystallized in his mind. Yes, he said firmly. We can help him. Later, in the prison's makeshift lab, Clark rolled up his sleeve as Eliza prepared a syringe. This is experimental, she warned. Combining your blood with his, we have no idea what will happen. We know my cells destroy the virus, Clark said. If there's even a chance it helps him fight it off. And if it kills him faster? Clark's jaw tightened. He's going to die anyway. His mother knows that. This is their only hope. Eliza nodded reluctantly and drew his blood, a process that would normally be impossible but was made easier by his weakened state from the kryptonite exposure. As she prepared the treatment, Clark stared at the vial of his blood. If this works, then everything changes, Eliza finished. For all of us. Dawn broke over the prison, casting long shadows through the barred windows. Superman hadn't slept, keeping vigil outside the cell where Jamie fought for his life. The boy's fever had spiked dangerously after receiving Clark's blood, then broken suddenly in the early hours. Dr. Chen emerged from the cell, dark circles under her eyes but a cautious hope in her expression. The infection is receding, she said quietly. His body is actually fighting it off. Clark stood. He's going to make it. I think so. She ran a hand through her tangled hair. His immune response, combined with whatever properties your blood contains, it's actually working. The implications hung between them. If they could reproduce this treatment, refine it, stabilize it, they might have not just a cure for bites, but potentially a vaccine. We need to be careful about this, Clark said. If word gets out before we understand exactly what's happening, every warlord and power-hungry survivor will be coming for you with a bigger needle, she finished grimly. I know. Rick appeared at the end of the corridor, face haggard from his own sleepless night dealing with the Woodbury refugees. How's the boy? Improving, Eliza said cautiously. The treatment seems to be working. Rick's eyes narrowed, flicking between them. What treatment? Clark met his gaze steadily. My blood. It contains properties that fight the virus. A complex series of emotions crossed Rick's face: hope, suspicion, calculation. You're saying you found a cure? Not exactly, Eliza interjected. It's one case, completely experimental. We don't know if it's reproducible or if there will be side effects. Rick stepped closer, voice dropping. But if it works, if we could save people who've been bitten, it changes everything, Clark finished. I know. We need to keep this quiet, Rick decided. At least until we know more. A commotion outside drew their attention. Daryl's voice called for Rick from the watchtower. They hurried to the prison yard, where Daryl pointed toward the tree line. A single figure stood there, hands raised in apparent surrender. Clark focused his vision. It's Morgan. Rick tensed. Morgan Jones, the man who had first rescued Rick after he awoke from his coma, now mentally unstable and unpredictable after losing his son. What's he doing here? Rick muttered. He's alone, Clark confirmed after scanning the surrounding area. But he looks different. More focused. They approached the fence cautiously. Morgan stood perfectly still, waiting. Rick, he called when they were close enough. We need to talk. About what? Rick called back. About him. Morgan pointed directly at Superman. And about what's coming. Rick glanced at Clark, who nodded slightly. Let him in, Clark said quietly. He knows something. As the gates opened, Morgan walked forward with purpose in his stride. The madness that had clouded his eyes in previous encounters seemed diminished, replaced with a terrible clarity. They're coming, he said without preamble. All of them. The governor. Negan. They've made an alliance. Rick's hand moved to his gun. That's not possible. They're rivals. They were, Morgan agreed. Until they found something worth working together for. His eyes fixed on Superman. You. Clark felt the weight of those words settle on his shoulders. His presence hadn't brought peace to this world, it had unified its worst elements against the people he was trying to protect. When? He asked simply. 2 days. Maybe 3. Morgan's gaze shifted to the prison behind them. They have artillery. Tanks from the military base. And something else. He reached into his pocket, producing a small lead box that made Clark step back instinctively. Where did you get that? Eliza demanded. Found it on a dead savior, Morgan said. Figured it was important when I saw how it glowed. Rick took the box carefully. You're sure about this alliance? Morgan nodded grimly. I've been tracking them, mapping their movements. It's not just the saviors and Woodbury. They're pressuring the other communities to join them. Hilltop. The kingdom. Either fight with them or be destroyed. Clark looked at the prison, at the children playing in the yard, the elderly sitting in the morning sun, the fragile peace they'd managed to build. We need to evacuate, he said. Get these people somewhere safe. There is no safe, Morgan replied. Not anymore. Rick's jaw tightened. Then we make a stand here. Clark shook his head. Against tanks? Artillery? We're talking about hundreds of fighters against our few dozen. We've overcome worse odds, Rick insisted. Not like this. Clark gestured to the prison. This place isn't defensible against that kind of firepower. And with kryptonite in play, I won't be able to stop everything. Darryl, who had been silently listening, finally spoke. So what? We just run. No, Clark said firmly. We choose the battlefield. Somewhere that gives us an advantage. A plan began forming in his mind, one that made him uncomfortable with its brutality, but one that might save lives in the end. We need to split them up, he continued. Turn them against each other. Rick studied him. You have something in mind. I do. Clark looked at each of them in turn. But you're not going to like it. Because it starts with me surrendering myself to Negan. The protests were immediate and vehement, just as he expected. But as he explained his thinking, a reluctant understanding dawned on their faces. It was ruthless, strategic thinking, the kind Superman would have rejected in his old world, but that Clark Kent was learning to embrace in this one. It could work, Rick finally admitted. But the risk is mine to take, Clark finished. He turned to Eliza. How's your acting? She frowned. Why? Because you're about to become a very convincing traitor. As the sun climbed higher, they refined the plan, filling in details and contingencies. Superman would not just adapt to this world, he would use its brutal logic to protect what mattered. And in doing so, perhaps find a way to bring a little of his world's hope into this one. Young Jamie watched from his cell window, fever broken, the impossible cure working through his system, living proof that even in this dark world, miracles could still happen. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.